Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. It's Yomi. I just realized this is the first video where you see my beard shaved in my entire channel existence. But for today's video, I will be painting and showing you a slowed down version of my process of painting my painting, which took over 100 hours, right? So I made a video that was 30 minutes long. It was a sped up video showing me painting the painting. And for this video is very, very long. It's 4 hours long, so watch as much of it as you want. But I recommend that you get out a piece of paper and a pencil, or like a canvas, and you start painting. Even if you don't like drawing, get out a piece of paper and start sketching while I talk, and just listen to me talk and sketch and have a good time and listen to what I have to say. And I just babble about a lot of random things. But enjoy this video. Most videos on YouTube are very sped up. Like this video, it's of course sped up, but it's still 4 hours long. So it's like a little bit slower than the last one. So enjoy this video. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy like my blanket. I'm trying to be warm and cozy. So I'm not really feeling well, so I don't know how good this voiceover is gonna be. But this is going to be my longest video by a long shot. I think my longest videos have been in the 30-minute range. This video is going to be over 4 hours. So basically what this video is, in quotation marks, me painting in real time, because I did a video showcasing this painting where I did a 30-minute video showcasing this painting, and it was a speed painting, so the video was a time lapse where everything was sped up really quickly. And this video isn't actually done in real time, because if I did the video in real time, it would be over 70 hours, which no one's going to watch a 70-hour video. But I'm expecting people interested in culture and art and painting and drawing to at least sit through a little bit of this 4-hour video. So you don't have to sit through the whole thing, but at least stick through for a little bit to see what I have to share. So this video is going to be very long. So I decided that I wanted to do something big, something huge. So I did this really, really cool painting my freshman year, and this is a part 2 of that painting. And this took so long. I've never painted anything this big. This is the biggest thing I've ever painted, by far, the biggest thing I've ever drawn, the biggest thing I've ever created. And it's so extremely huge that it was hard to find a wall that was tall enough for me to paint on. And I tell myself that I'll never do anything this big again. Like, there are so many murals around the world that are so much bigger than this, and I just think, how did the artists do this? I don't know if I could commit to doing something that big, because wow, it just takes so much effort to paint something this big. And as I stated in my video before, the time-lapse video, my back was hurting so much and my feet were hurting. My toe still hurts, which I finished this painting like I think over 2 weeks ago, and one of my toes still hurts from standing for so long. And it may be sprained. I don't think it's broken. I have no idea, honestly, but my feet are still sore. Like, this took a lot out of me, but I think the end result was worth it. So this is my advice for you. If you're thinking about doing something and you're like, no, this is too hard, no, this is too much, do it. Do it anyways. Put your soul into it. Put your everything into it and try it. And you may not succeed. You may realize that it actually is too much for you to do. It's too much for you to try. I mean, it's too much for you to accomplish, and that's okay. You'll find that out as you go. Like, one thing that I will tell you is I tried to make a frame for this painting before I started painting this. So I spent hours trying to make the frame, and it just wasn't supporting itself because it was so big. The materials weren't sturdy enough. I just didn't have the craftsmanship ability yet to make something like that, since I've never made a frame before. And if I were to make a small frame, I definitely could have done that easily. But to make a huge frame, just too much physics and geometry would go into that. And I just realized that it wasn't going to work, which I'm happy that I challenged myself to do that. And I realized, hey, I'm not at that level to do that yet, but eventually one day I can do something like that. And I'm happy that I tried. So there were many challenges to doing this painting. It was hard to hang this painting up by myself. So I had to get my friend to help me hang it up, and I had to get two friends to help me take it down because I didn't want it to get on the floor, which the floor was dirty and full of charcoal and would ruin the painting. So there were so many challenges. I've never had so many challenges when making a painting, but this painting was most definitely worth it. And I feel like it challenged me as an artist. It was so hard to do because I generally am not doing paintings that are 9 foot tall by 10 feet wide, which for those of you who don't know, that's the how big the painting is. It's 9 feet tall by 10 feet wide. It's a flat painting. I've never done anything this big before, so it was hard to compose this because when you're working on a much smaller surface, it's easier to see everything in one piece. But when I'm painting and I'm looking at the canvas, like I can only see a small part of it because the canvas is so huge. So I would always have to step back and look at the canvas to see how everything looked as a whole, which my art teachers always recommend anyway. So I'm glad that they taught me that skill. But it was hard to compose it, so I spent hours composing it one day, and then I went into digitally color the photo to see what color scheme I wanted, and I wanted to see which themes I wanted to put in the piece, and it was quite an ordeal. And I chose to have this brown background because all of the people that I put on here are obviously skin tone, except for the ones who have their face painted different colors. Um, yeah. So I built up everyone's skin color from this beige color, which was really helpful. So all of the people, their skin colors at least use some form of highlight in this color. So it was better than just starting on a white canvas that was gessoed and yeah. So this painting was pretty tricky. I started off with using this is an oil painting by the way, but I started off with using watered down oil paint. I use like paint mediums which thin the paint, so which makes it dry faster. Because the thing is, if you use oil paint without using a paint thinner, then it can take days to dry. It can take months to dry. But when I use a lot of paint thinner, the paint will dry in like 2 hours or so. So that's why I'm using paint thinner. Also, I didn't want to make the sketch super dark, which paint thinner it makes the paint more thin, obviously, but it also makes the paint have less, um, I guess like less saturation and less of a presence. So it becomes like watercolor. So the paint becomes really light. So this paint was originally like a mahogany color, and as you can see, it's a very, very light brown that's very watered down. And this allowed me to um, basically go over mistakes that I made, and I didn't have to worry about make things being easily erasable. Like that was something that naturally came with this because I used the paint thinner. And I hope this video inspires you because I know that this video is 4 hours long, but maybe your creative gears have been going and maybe you're in a bad mood and you're just looking to hear someone talk and wanting to talk to someone and you don't have anyone to talk to, and this video is helping you because I'm basically talking and conversing with you. So as you can see, the video is sped up, but it's significantly slowed down as compared to my 30-minute video, which make sure to check that video out, guys, too. It's the video before this. That video is only around 30 minutes long, which is still pretty long, but that one has like a proper commentary where things are planned and I knew what I was going to say. I don't really have much planned to say here. I'm just probably going to ramble about this piece, and I'm not going to talk about this piece for 4 hours. I could talk about this piece for 4 hours, but I would need to plan what I was going to say, which would take a very long time. And I don't know if this video is going to get any traction because it's so long. So who knows who's going to even think about watching it. But I'm also just going to talk about life, talk about myself, maybe talk about my goals and things that are going on in my life. And I'm just feeling really sick right now, which is a bummer because the semester just started and I have schoolwork and things I need to do. But thankfully it's the weekend and I don't think I'm scheduled to work this weekend, which I'm usually working a lot of odd jobs through my university because I need money, you know? I'm for the most part I pay for everything going on in my life. Obviously besides like my tuition and things of that nature, but I pay for all of my personal needs, whether I need a new toothbrush, new toothbrush or new toothpaste, or whether I have personal wants, or if my shoes are messed up, sometimes I have to get new things like that for myself, which that ends up adding up over time because I came to college with a lot of stuff, and over time that stuff fades away and it stops working, and then I'm gonna have to pay for that stuff myself. So I need to make sure I'm working and making money, and yeah. So I didn't start working until I came to college. That was the first job that I ever had, and I'm trying to think if I remember the first time I ever worked. I remember that day pretty clearly. It was during my freshman orientation. I remember I had to miss some of my orientation because I was working, which now I've kind of become a workaholic where I'm just always working. Not because I like to work. I guess sometimes I do, but I need to to make money because I need to support myself and pay for things, and I like to travel, so I need to pay for travel and plane tickets, and that's expensive. So if you're not an adult, just enjoy your childhood. Because I remember when I was a kid, people always used to tell me to enjoy my childhood, and I always thought to myself, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. I just want to be an adult. But being an adult is hard because there are a lot of things you have to deal with that, your parents aren't going to deal with anymore. And you just have a lot of struggles and being alone and having to work to earn money and having to deal with a lot of tough stuff that you don't have to deal with as a child, which being adult can be really fun because you have independence, but there's also a lot of responsibility that you have, and a lot of things that you have to think about and take care of, and just being an adult isn't always easy, but it is free because sometimes I'll just tell my parents, "Hey, I'm gonna fly to this country," and they'll be like, "Okay, be safe." And I could never do that in high school. They'd be too worried about me. And even now, like sometimes they will say, "Hey, Yomi, this country seems pretty dangerous," and I'll listen to their advice and things of that nature. But I'm more free than I was in high school, and I make a lot of independent decisions. Like this summer, I traveled to Vanuatu, which is a country in the South Pacific, and I booked all of the flights by myself. I booked all of the boat rides by myself. I booked all of the travel excursions by myself. I booked all the Airbnbs, all the booking.coms, all the hostels by myself when stuff that was bad happened and I had to cancel my reservations and I had to get refunds. I had to do all of that by myself. I mean, I could have asked for help, but I'm an adult and I try and be independent and live in my independence because people aren't always going to be there to help you. And I've definitely learned a lot. And it's good because I know there are a lot of people in college who just still have their parents do everything for them, which I'm not shaming, but you should learn to pull away in the sense that you learn to be independent and learn to do things for your own, which is for the most part I learned to do a lot of things on my own. There are a few things that I still rely on my parents to do, but those are few and far between. Like most things I'm checking out. I'm dotting my I's and crossing my T's and making sure that I have everything in order, which is good because it's preparing me for my future and for my job and for my career and traveling and things of that nature. And yeah. So, what is there to talk about? Right now, I'm still doing the sketch, as you can see. The sketch took. The sketch of this painting, I was trying to do the whole sketch in one day. I ended up doing the bottom half of the painting, all of the sketch in one day, and a little bit of the top in one day. But I realized that I think I had been in the studio for a long time, so I decided I was going to finish the sketch the next day. But then when I came back the next day, I was really sore from putting up the painting and standing on my feet, and my back was hurting a lot. So I decided not to draw the top of the piece, because if I were to draw the top of the piece, I would be stretching a lot, and I would be really sore and standing on a ladder, and it would have been really, really stressful. And I just decided to gradually draw the top as I would finish the piece, which you'll see throughout the rest of the video if you stick to it. But anyways, for those of you guys who know me, I like to learn a lot of languages. So I've taken many different languages throughout my schooling career. I don't even know the exact number. Um, but right now, I started a language called Maya, which I'm sure most of you are, or a lot of you are familiar with the ancient Maya um, empire. And they're huge. They were very impactful. But a lot of people don't know that Maya people still exist today and Maya languages are still spoken. So I'm learning a language, which a lot of linguists refer to as Yucatec Maya. Um, I think people who speak Yucatec Maya just call it Maya. But I'm learning this language, which you've heard Yucatec Maya if you've watched Black Panther 2 Wakanda Forever. The other kingdom that Wakanda is fighting is based off of the Maya Empire, the ancient Maya Empire. And in the film, people in the kingdom speak Yucatec Maya. It's a very beautiful language. I started learning it, and I've just been watching videos and looking up vocabulary, and it's not a very common language for someone to learn, let alone someone who's not from Mexico or Belize or someone who's not even Latino, because the thing is, a lot of the resources to learn this language are in Spanish, which this isn't my first language to learn in Spanish. This is my second language to learn in Spanish. I'm learning Nahuatl, a language also from Mexico. From Nahuatl originally comes from the Aztec Empire, another empire that was in Mexico. But I started learning Nahuatl in the fall semester. It's now the spring, so I'm now in my second semester of learning Nahuatl. I really like the language. It's very beautiful. It's very complex, so it's hard to learn. But my class is pretty small. It has 3 or 4 people. How many people does it have? It has like 4 people, including me. So it's pretty small, and we get a lot of hands-on learning, which is good for me. Like I need hands-on learning to be able to understand stuff. I can't be in a lecture of 500 people and learn. That just doesn't work well for me. But yeah, I started learning Nahuatl in Spanish. So the class is completely in Spanish. But I will sometimes ask my peers who are Latino, they're Hispanic, they speak Spanish and English. I'll sometimes ask my peers throughout the class like what the professor said, or like maybe the professor will say like um we'll give a word and we'll say in Nahuatl the word for this is this, but I won't know that Spanish word. So I'll ask my friends, I'll be like, what does that Spanish word mean in English? But for the most part, I can understand what's going on. But I've learned a lot of very specific words that are very specific to Mexico and not specific to the United States, because we don't have certain things that exist in Mexico, or we don't think in certain ways that people in Mexico think, because like our societies are different, our nature is different, our fauna and flora are very different. And it's been very interesting learning Nahuatl and then learning Maya, because you realize how specific some things are in these languages, that these some of these words don't even exist in English, because like our language is based off of, you know, where you live in the world. Like language is based off where you live, what you're surrounded by, the nature and plants that you're surrounded by, and the society that you live in, the clothing that you wear. Like all of that stuff inspires language. And yeah, so I started learning Nahuatl last semester, and I started learning Maya a few weeks ago. So it's been a very interesting experience. I'm enjoying learning Maya. It seems a little bit easier than Nahuatl, but who knows? I'm not quite sure yet. Yeah, sorry, I have the sniffles, so I'm really sick. I'm not feeling well at all. So I may have to end this voiceover soon and just finish this later. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of career focused things, been getting a lot of internships and apprenticeships, and I've been busy trying to build my career and also make money, but try and learn more about my field so I can get experience and even eventually hopefully get to go into grad school, which the programs that I'm looking to go into are very specific, and there's only a few programs in the world, grad school programs, that offer this master's degree. So I'm assuming it's pretty competitive to get into. So I can't just decide to do nothing cool or nothing important or nothing academically rigorous in college and expect to get into these programs. Like, I probably won't get into these programs if I don't start building my career now. So I'm trying to get a lot of experience, and I've been doing a lot of applications this week. Today's Friday, but this week I've had like 5 or 6 meetings with people for internships and apprenticeships and for applying for things. And there's still a lot of things that I have to apply for soon. This week I've also been doing a lot of language learning. I've decided that I want to start taking control of my language learning because I started settling for the way that I speak Spanish and French, and I decided that I want to speak Spanish and French at a higher level. I want to learn more words. I want to learn more vocabulary, and I want to become better at speaking French and Spanish and reading, and hopefully I'll be able to publish even maybe academic journals or articles in these languages and them be at a very sophisticated level. I don't just want to sound like uneducated when I speak these languages, and that's something that I recently decided because before I was just content with not speaking these languages super well, but being able to speak them conversationally where people would understand me, but I would make a lot of grammatical mistakes. But I decided that I want to be a lot better at these languages than I am now. So I've been doing a lot of vocabulary sheets, like where I find words that are like important to me or to my life or to my journeys and maybe things that I talk about a lot, and I'll find vocabulary words relating to these things, and I'll find the translations and the languages that I'm looking for. So I've done a lot of vocabulary sheets in the past week for French, for Spanish, for Maya, and I've also been taking notes for Nahuatl for the class that I'm taking now. And I decided that I just want to learn so many languages. I want to learn a little bit of different languages. Like, I want to learn a little bit of Tagalog. I mean, I don't necessarily want to learn to fluency, but maybe just learn how to say basic things, learn basic words. I want to learn Provençal is a dialect of Occitan, which is a language from France, and I want to learn some of that language. Not necessarily the fluency, because a lot of the languages I want to learn are considered dying languages, and if we don't take steps to preserve these languages, which steps are being taken, but I'm not always convinced that enough steps are being taken, because this is an issue that is happening very quickly. Like within the next 100 years, most of the languages that exist today will not be spoken anymore unless we continue to do revitalization efforts and I think one of the huge things that we should be doing as a society is providing media for these languages, providing applications like apps in these languages, providing movies and TV shows in these languages. Like, I wish some really rich billionaires were funding projects like these. We're funding people to make movies and TV shows in Yucatec Maya. We're funding people to make shows in Provençal, to make more shows in in languages like Yoruba or Tagalog or Igbo or Hausa or in Patois, Jamaican Patois, and Haitian Creole, and different languages. And I'm not saying all of the languages I listed are languages that are in danger of not being spoken anymore. That's not all of the ones I listed are, but I think there's a huge issue where so many people watch like English language movies and TV shows that they don't even have access to shows in their own language because shows have never been made in their own language, and I think that's an issue. And if I were rich, if I were a billionaire, I would hope to fund projects like these because this is a huge issue that needs to be solved now. It needs to be solved yesterday. So, but thankfully, indigenous communities around the world, and communities are starting to make languages and to make shows and movies in their languages. But yeah, one thing that I've really been impressed by is the fact that some communities have revitalized their language, where their language had no more speakers or only had like 50 or so speakers, and then they revitalized it, and now many people in their community are now speaking their languages. And like for Maori, like Maori was considered a dying language. Like not many people spoke Maori. It's language spoken by the Maori people of New Zealand, the indigenous inhabitants of that country. But then nowadays, so many people speak Maori. So many kids are speaking Maori as their first language, as their second language in New Zealand, and it's so beautiful. So it shows that even though a language is technically dying out, it can be revitalized, and people can teach their kids, and eventually it can be a language that isn't in danger anymore. And it's so funny. I didn't tell you the meaning behind this piece. So the meaning behind this piece is the use of cowrie shells around the world, mainly in clothing, just cowrie shells and how they're applied to the body, which this painting is called Anthropology of the Cowrie Shell in Relation to the Body, which anthropology is the study of humanity and the study culture anthropology is the study of culture. So this is basically a study of how cowrie shells are used in relation to the body around the world. So mainly in clothing and hair and accessories and things of that nature. But I'm scrolling through Instagram while I'm doing this voiceover. So I just clicked on a picture that I see of a woman wearing cowrie shells, which is so ironic. A woman wearing cowrie shells in her Native American regalia. I can't tell which people group she's from based off of this image. There's no information. Wow. This clothing is beautiful. I could have used this as a reference for this painting. Um, yeah, somewhere from North America. I can't tell where though. Um, it seems like she dressed up for a powwow event. But anyways, yeah, language revitalization is something that's really important to me, and I started to venture into territory where I'm learning languages that are in danger of not being spoken anymore in the future, and it's really weird because who knows? I may speak these languages and continue to speak these languages in 60 years, and there may be like four or five native speakers left. And who knows what will happen with these languages? We only time can tell. Only time can tell. But for those of you watching, teach your native language to your kids. Your kids can learn three or four languages at a time. Like people think that if they teach their native language to their kids, they won't be able to learn English or they won't be able to learn like the language of the country that you live in. But that's not true. Kids can pick up three, four, even five languages at a time. Kids are really smart and they won't get confused. Like maybe for like at first they'll be a little bit confused, but eventually they'll pick it up really quickly. Like kids around the world know four or five languages. Like people you can teach your kids your language and you won't regret it. So I definitely would love to teach my kids. If I have kids, I would love to teach them some of the languages that I learned. Not all of them. I would like them to have to work for some languages and to take some in classes and to learn how to work for that. Because sometimes I think about it. I'm like, I've taken French for maybe 7 years, 7, 8 years. I don't even know. Um, yeah, I've taken French for almost 7 years, and I think about how kids are born like being spoken to in French or Spanish, and kids like can already speak when they're 1 years old. I think so. Like a 2 year old has an extensive vocabulary already, and I think, wow, it wasn't hard for them to learn French or Spanish. And I've been studying this language for 7 years for something that they automatically learned in 2 years. That's so annoying. But I'm like, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Sorry, I saw something really interesting on Instagram. Um, yeah. Sorry, I'm so tired and so sick. I don't have any art projects that I have planned. Well, I do have some that I have planned, not for the immediate future, but eventually to do. Which I guess I won't talk about those now. But I don't have any projects that I plan on doing anytime recently. I'm just relaxing. Because this painting took so much out of me. I don't want to paint for a little bit, which I'm taking another painting class this spring, which I have to take for my major. So that class will start in about a week. So I'll be painting again. Yay! But I'm just tired right now. I've done a few sketches in the past few days, but I haven't been drawing too much. I'm too tired. When my classes started, they're going pretty well. They're going well. They're going well. They're going well. Me singing. One thing about me is I love singing. I'm always singing in my room. I'm always listening to music. Singing is a huge part of my life. I'm not classically trained, but I've always loved to sing. I've always loved singing. And oh, something cool that I can talk about because this is related to singing. I started posting videos of me on Instagram singing while showcasing my art. And these videos have been getting a lot of attention on the internet, which surprised me. Like, I just decided to randomly do it one day, and then people loved it. They're like, wow, I love this. Continue doing this. Do more of this. And I've continued to do it, and these videos do pretty well. And I've been getting a lot of traction on Instagram. I have 8K on Instagram right now. I just reached 8K. I'm trying to reach 10K soon. That was my goal. One of my goals for the end of 2020 was to reach two. Okay, so two of my goals for by the end of 2024 were to reach 10K on Instagram, which I just reached 8K, so I'm happy about that. And one of my other goals was to reach 2K on YouTube. And by the end of January, would you believe that I had already reached 2K on YouTube? I had already reached that end of year goal by the first month of the year. So I'm really happy with that. So I've been getting a lot of attention on the internet, which comes with its pros and cons. People have really been praising me, and I've been saying really kind things, and I think some people have fallen in love with my page and the things that I post and are really interested to see more about my life and the things that I'm doing, which I really appreciate. It's really kind and really sweet to have people who are tuning in from all around the world, and it's been really cool. And it's been important to me, but that's also come with some negativity. Some people have been commenting mean things, which, you have to learn to get over people being mean and to realize that it doesn't define you, which is something that I had a lot of trouble with when I was younger. 20 people would say something nice, one person would say something mean, and I'd let that one mean thing that someone said define me, and I would be so hurt. Which is like, why can't I focus on the positive and not the negative when the positive is overruling the negative? And that's one thing that a lot of people as human beings have trouble with, considering the positive and not the negative. And I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed with so many things, and I've been working on considering the positive and not focusing on the negative as much. So, like, times are tough. Like, you may be going through a rough situation, but a lot of the little situations that we go through that feel like, oh my gosh, I'm never going to feel happy again. I'm never going to feel whole again. This is truly hurting my soul, and I can't be happy right now. I'm just so upset. When you have feelings like that, a lot of times those feelings will go away in 3 or 4 days. So I've been dealing with a lot of those emotions where I've been dealing with like a lot of heartbreak and rejection and just hurt that will last for 3-4 days, and I'll feel horrible, and I'll just be like, no, I can't do this. And I'll just think to myself, now I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, this isn't going to last forever. I just felt so hurt last week for like 2 or 3 days, and I'm like, I got over it. I'm fine now regarding that situation. I'm hurt right now, but I'm going to get over it. I'll be fine regarding this situation. Like, it's completely okay. And yeah, I've been finalizing my plans for what I want to do over the summer. And the whole fall, I was trying to figure out what I want to do over the summer, and I couldn't figure it out. Couldn't find funding that I needed to travel and to decide what I wanted to do. But I eventually decided. I decided a few weeks ago what I wanted to do, and I'll hopefully be posting more updates about that, but I don't want to tell you guys because it's not completely finalized yet because I have a lot of fees I need to pay for what I plan to do. But hopefully, you guys will be able to see me fulfill this dream and to go on this journey. And I think you guys will enjoy seeing what I have in store for the future. Um, yeah. And one thing that I've been enjoying recently is the diversity that has been seen in films, like specifically in American films. Like films have become more diverse in movies, and you're now able to see people from so many different cultures and see their lifestyles. And the Asian American filmmaking scene has grown tremendously, like in the last 4 years. And the same with the Native American film industry. Um, Native Americans being portrayed in movies and in TV shows, and I'm just really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying seeing indigenous languages being spoken in movies like Black Panther, and um, I think one of the Maya languages is spoken in Blue Beetle, which I really enjoyed that film. It was really cool. Like that's another one. Like seeing like a Hispanic superhero on the screen was really cool to see. And I went to the theater with my parents to watch the movie because I'm like I gotta support this. Like Black and Latino people should be united, and yeah, Black Americans and Latino people should be united. Um, so I've really been enjoying it. Like I've enjoyed a lot of recent shows like Miss Marvel from Netflix, which is about um a South Asian superhero and her family, and there have been many other shows and movies that I've really been enjoying, and I've been venturing into like movies and TV shows not made by famous studios but that feature different cultures, and I've really been enjoying that. I've really really been enjoying that. Um like it's beautiful to see yourself represented on the screen, and everybody wants to see that, to see themselves. Everybody likes that. So right here in this painting, as you can see, still working on this section, which when I first started working on this painting, I would dread waking up every day. I'm like, I have to work on this huge painting. I feel like it's never gonna get done. It's so stressful. But as I went on throughout time, I realized that I was enjoying working on the painting. I would eventually enjoy waking up the next day and being able to work on this huge painting that I brought to fruition and that I was putting my all into. It just felt like such a beautiful beautiful project, and this painting took a long time to research. It took months of research and reading articles and going through images and watching documentaries and just some prior knowledge as well, because I love learning about culture and societies and how people live their lives. And I may stop the video soon because talking is draining me and I'm not feeling well at all. I'm feeling really sick. So I haven't felt this sick in a while since I was in Vanuatu. If you guys follow along, I posted a video talking about how I got really sick over the summer. And I lost like maybe 20 pounds. I didn't eat for 2 weeks. I just was super sick living in a village. I didn't have any food because I just couldn't eat. I would choke on my food, and I felt so sick. So sick. And I eventually got better. Which goes back to my point before. Like, you're in a tough time and you think things will never get better, but they can. That's only a period of your life where that tough time will stick, right? And I eventually got better from my sickness. And this is the worst that I've felt since then. Like, obviously, I felt much worse then because I felt so sick. Um, but sorry, someone texted me, so I was reading their text. Someone who I would have never expected to text me, which is uh, gonna be so interesting. We're replying to their texts. Um, but Yeah, so I feel sick again. Not nearly as sick as I did when I was in the village. That was horrible. I honestly, I don't want to say this, but I wanted to die when I was that sick. I just wanted my life to end because I just felt that bad. I had never felt that bad in my life, at least that I can recall. Like I was also really sick when I was a baby, but I don't know how sick I felt because that was so long ago, and I don't remember when I was like just born and I was really sick. I don't remember, but yeah, I feel pretty sick now, and I get the sad thing about me is I get sick every other week. Like in college, I'll get sick like 4 or 5 times every semester, which usually it's not a bad sickness, but I'll get different variations of sickness, which is just upsetting. So in one school year, I'll get sick like 8 or 9, sometimes 10 times, and it's just annoying because I'm not the type of person to just be like, "Oh, I'm sick. I'm gonna stop doing everything." I'll be like, "Nope, I'm sick. I gotta continue doing everything I gotta do because I have things to do." So I gotta learn to take care of myself, and that's another thing, another aspect of being an adult. You have to decide when enough is enough, and when you're gonna tell yourself, "I can't do this anymore." Because when you're a kid, your parents will tell you, "No, this is unacceptable. You can't do this. This is dangerous." But when you're an adult, you got to tell yourself that. Sometimes there's no one there to tell you that. And as you can see, I'm getting a lot done here. The figures on this painting. Let me put my glasses on. I took my glasses off to take a eye break. But the figures that are on this painting right now that have been painted or are being painted are from Papua New Guinea, Northeast India, Poland, the Cook Islands, North America, and the United States, like Native American culture. Um, like obviously, I know the names of all of these cultures, but I'm just being really general right now for regions. Kenya, Chad, Taiwan, India, like Gujarat of India, Russia, and Tahiti. Tahiti? Is that Tahiti? Yeah, that's Tahiti. I have all of this information in my notes, and I'm not going to pronounce all of these cultures' names right now because some of them, I still need to practice working on the pronunciations. Because just because a word is spelled a way, a lot of times a culture's name will be spelled a certain way in English, but it will not be pronounced like the spelling at all, which is really confusing. So, yeah, I'm still working on pronouncing a lot of the names of these cultures, which is why I'm not going to outright say them right now because I'm not trying to disrespect anyone by mispronouncing their cultural name. Um, so what culture are you from? What culture are you from? And also, like, I recommend that you can just play this in the background while you're doing something. Just listen to me talk, or you can paint along with me, draw with me, just see how my process is. And you don't need to just watch this video for 4 hours, but you can at least play it while you're doing something, while you're cleaning, while you're talking with your friend, while you're trying to relax or soothe yourself from like an anxiety attack, whatever's going on. Just, yeah. But, anyways, what culture are you from? What culture do you identify with? Um, I have ancestry from many different places in the world, many different places across the continents, but I mainly identify with my Nigerian heritage, my Bahamian and Bayesian heritage, which Bayesian people are from Barbados. We're also called Barbadian people, which can also be considered to be offensive, right? But oftentimes I will say Barbadian because I know that people can more easily associate it with Barbados than the term Bayesian. Like people will hear Bayesian and they don't necessarily know what that means. But I mainly identify with my Nigerian, my Bayesian, my Bahamian from Bahamas, and my Black American heritage. But I have heritage from all over. Like one of my like my great grandfather. I don't know how far back, but one of my great grandfathers or my great grandfather or something like that. Not my great grandfather. Maybe my great great grandfather was like Scottish, which I think there were a lot of Scottish people in the Caribbean, or maybe it was Irish. I don't know. I think it was Scottish. But yeah, when my family members took DNA tests, like we had DNA from everywhere. Obviously, predominantly like West African, but we had DNA from all over. And then like even if you look at the last names of people from my family, like you can see like English last names, and then you can see like potentially Jewish last names, and you can see last names from different regions of the globe. And it's just interesting to see like I don't identify as being Scottish, but I have Scottish ancestry. So yeah, I have ancestry from many different places, and which I want to learn more about these ancestries. Like I don't identify as being from those places, or of I won't like if I'm telling people my ancestry, um I won't like include that. That's like so far down the line, and it's not really relevant to how I identify. I just bent my toe on the wall like I'm stretching my toes, and I can feel like where I my toe still hurts and is sore and maybe sprained or broken, probably just sprained from standing up for hours on end painting this. Yeah. So, what's the biggest painting or drawing that you ever worked on? Oh, I'm looking at a video of a cute little animal. It's a baby animal that probably was rescued, and it's cuddling with a bigger stuffed animal version of it. And I think it thinks it's a real animal. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah. I'm gonna have to eat dinner soon. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I'm feeling too sick to go outside. Maybe I could ask my friend to buy me Mexican food down the road. So I have a lot of time commitments right now. I do YouTube, of course. I do Instagram, where I'm really active on social media. Um, and I mean as an influencer. I don't mean I'm just scrolling on Instagram, which I do too, but I make a lot of videos on Instagram, on YouTube. I've been trying to build my TikTok up, but that's not working as of right now. I have a few different jobs, like four, five, six side jobs, and building up my resume. I'm applying for things right now. Applying for scholarships and things of that nature. I'm planning YouTube videos. I'm trying to sketch for fun and plan time to sketch for fun. I'm taking 5 classes, which the average university student at my university, Brown University students generally take 4 classes. Some even take 3, which is also rare. But some people take 5, but a lot of my friends will end up taking 5 and they'll end up dropping one because it's too much. But I've taken 5 every single semester. So I'm busy. I'm very busy. But I'm still making time for all of this stuff. But I still need to reorganize my priorities. Like I'm also in mariachi. I'm in a mariachi band at my university. Like Brown has its own mariachi band, and I'm in that. So I play the trumpet and I sing, which I hadn't played the trumpet since 8th grade. I played it from 6th to 8th grade, picked it back up again in 10th grade. So there were a lot of things I forgot, and I also never really played at a very advanced level. So it's like there's just a huge gap between what I could be playing and what I'm playing now. Like there's just so much that I don't know, which is exciting, but it's also scary because sometimes learning music really quickly is just so intimidating for me because I just in band class we never learned music that quickly. Like we would have 45-minute band class every single day and would work on a song for like 2 weeks. And the band director would go over everything. Wasn't just expected to know everything. So I've been having to learn a lot of things on my own, but I guess it builds character. So that's also the role of an adult. You have to learn to do a lot of things on your own. So So you can see the lighting is a little wonky here. It's because I wasn't using the ring light because I plugged in my ring light lamp, my lighting into the wall and it wasn't working. And it turns out the outlet just wasn't working. So a few days later, I figured out that it was the outlet and it wasn't my ring light that wasn't working. So I found a wall outlet that worked, and now I think here is when the ring light is on and the lighting is pretty even throughout. Um, so the visual culture, um, the material culture of these different cultures is just so interesting. Like I painted so many people who had so much face paint on, who had these ornate, extravagant outfits with all of these different materials, all this different cotton and animal fur and bird feathers and even like plant matter on them, like leaves, and it was just so beautiful to draw all of these different aspects on people, and it's so amazing to learn about how we're so different culturally and how our societies are so different but also so similar. Like we're all human beings. We're all human beings, and I will say that to the day I die. There's no need for us to hate each other. We're all human. Remember that. If there's one thing you can remember from me, remember that. We're all human people and we deserve respect. Um, I was going to say something. I don't remember what I was going to say. Um, in this piece, I also used graphite. I used this material that I had never used before. I mean, I tested it out a little bit before using it on the painting because I didn't want to just mess up the painting by using it. But I already started applying some of it here. Like you can already see the graphite on there in the gray areas between the little boy and the man wearing red face paint. Um, but I used water soluble graphite. So basically, they're pencils. So they're graphite pencils that when activated with water, it like the graphite moves across the page like watercolor. Um, so it's a very interesting material. When I first started using it on the canvas, I wasn't liking it. I'm like, I don't know if this is gonna work because I had just tested it out on paper and it worked well on paper, which I still think it works better on paper than on canvas because you're using a pencil. But eventually I got used to it and it started working out more. And who knows, maybe I'll continue using this in my pieces because I really like the water soluble graphite. I don't know if I'm going to continue using it with oil paint because graphite is not something that you tend to use with oil paint. But I wanted to break the boundaries. I wanted to do something different with this piece because this piece was so out there and so huge, and I learned so much doing this piece. So let me go through some media that I'm watching. Yesterday, I just watched The Marvels. It just came out on Disney Plus. Um, which it was a fun movie to watch. I recently also watched Echo on Disney Plus, which is a film about I think a Cree woman. I think she's Cree. I could be wrong. Um, like she's deaf in the series, and she's a superhero. So a lot of the series is in sign language, which was really interesting because I've never watched a series use significant sign language. I watched a movie called um, La Famille Bélier, which it's a French film. Like the Bellier family is what it would be in English, but it's a family about. It also uses sign language, which that's the only other film or media that I've watched that really uses sign language. Um, but in the film, it's about a girl who she's from a family that can't speak. They have to use sign language. But she's the only one in the family that can speak. And not only can she speak, she decides she wants to sing. It turns out she can sing, which puts her at odds with her family who they can't pronounce many sounds through their vocal cords. They can't speak and they can't sing, but she can speak and she can sing. So it causes this drift between her family and her. It's a film in French. I watched it on an airplane. I think when I was going to New Caledonia or coming back from New Caledonia, it was such a beautiful, beautiful film. I love watching it because I've wanted to watch it since I was like a kid. Since I was like, I first probably heard about the film when I was like 15 because I knew one of the songs from the film, which the film, since the girl sings in the film, there are some songs in it. Like one of the songs is called Je vole, which means I fly in French. And it goes, Mes chers parents, je pars, je vous aime, je pars. Which means like, my dear parents, I leave, I'm leaving. I love you, but I'm leaving. Je vole, I'm flying, I fly away. Sans fumer, sans alcool. Without smoking, without drinking. Je vole, je vole. I fly, I fly. So she's like, I'll be okay. I'm leaving your nest. Like, I won't do bad things, but I'm gonna fly. And that song is so beautiful because anyone who leaves their parents' nests can hopefully relate to that. Like, I'm not going to do bad things, I'm going to leave and I'm going to be okay. Which every parent wants that for their child, for them to be able to leave but be okay. Um, yeah, so maybe I'll read my Instagram comments to you. Let's see. My most recent comment was 7 minutes ago. They commented an emoji. I've never seen this emoji before. It's like of a tap dancer. I have no idea what that is. Um, I'll scroll through these comments. Someone commented, 1, your outfit is stunning. 2, your smile is so bright and infectious. 3, that painting is absolutely beautiful. I could stare at it for hours. That's so kind. Let me scroll through other posts and see what people commented. Whoa, the painting is so cool, and you're cool as well. Wow. That's what they commented in all caps. I'm so sick. I'm so sick of that same old love. The one that breaks your heart. Oh. Which is funny that I'm singing now because whenever I'm drawing, I'm singing. So sometimes when I draw, I'll record it. Like whenever I do realistic portraits or do a piece that's really important to me, I'll record myself drawing. And then I'll go through the videotapes of me drawing, like when I'm editing the video, and I'll just hear me singing so much throughout. So this is the first time that you're actually getting a taste of what I'm like when I'm drawing. I'm humming, I'm singing. I was listening to a lot of Indian music when painting this picture, like Bollywood music. I was listening to the soundtrack of Dreamgirls, which YouTube randomly suggested to me. So then I also started watching Dreamgirls. Like, which I never like really like was a huge fan of the Dreamgirls soundtrack because I watched it when I was a kid and I never really paid it much attention, right? The soundtrack. But YouTube just recommended the songs to me, and then it started recommending to me Super Bowl halftime shows. So I watched the Rihanna show, I watched the J-Lo and Shakira show. I just watched a whole bunch of Super Bowl halftime shows that I had no intention of watching, and I guess they were fun to listen to. But that goes back to the shows that I'm watching. I was watching Suits a lot during this painting, which is a show about some lawyers. And I really like the show. Even though I don't know much about law or the criminal justice system, it's really interesting to watch. Which is really interesting because usually when I paint, I watch shows. Sometimes I'll listen to music, which is rarer. Sometimes I'll listen to a book, which is also pretty rare. But usually when I'm making art, like a piece that takes a long time, I'm watching a show because or otherwise I'll get bored. I can't sit and draw for hours without watching something while I draw, which was a huge issue because when I got towards the higher end of this piece is 9 feet tall, I couldn't paint at the same time while looking down at my computer. I could only like watch a movie while I was sitting down, like on the stool. So when I was painting the lower part of my painting. So when I got towards the top, I could only listen to music. So I was getting bored, but it also let me just focus on the piece and focus on the art that I was making. So yeah. And going back to India, I made a video about this, but one of my videos went viral in India. And it now, let me see how many views it has. The video itself has 730,000 likes and 7 million views. And this video, it didn't just go viral in India. It's been seen in Brazil, the US, and in New Zealand, Australia, many different countries all around the world. Indonesia, I get some comments in Indonesian sometimes on this video. But this video went viral. And it's funny, I made a video about how I made a video that went viral in India. So I made another Instagram video saying, hey guys, a video that I made went viral in India. And guess what happened? That same video that I made also went viral in India. So people were commenting in Hindi. They were making jokes. Like all of the people in the comments thought I looked like these different Indian actors and these different Indian celebrities. And it was so funny to me, which is also something that I get sometimes. Sometimes people think I'm Indian. Like not too often, but sometimes I do get that. Sometimes I'll get like Dominican. Like people think I'm Dominican or Ethiopian. I'll get different things. So, which I always enjoy those comments because it's so interesting to me. Like, oh, you think I'm something that I'm not? That's so mysterious and funny. So I like comments like that because I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Where'd you get that from? So I've been recording myself talking for an hour, and I think I'm gonna stop now. I told myself like a few minutes ago in my head I'm gonna stop when I get to an hour, because I'm just tired. And for those of you, I didn't tell you actually, like one of the huge things about my sickness right now is my throat hurts a lot. So I'm tired and exhausted. I want to watch a movie with a friend, but I'm sick, and I don't want to get anyone sick, and I'm also too sick to interact with anyone. So okay, I'm gonna stop recording and I'm gonna come back after I eat dinner and maybe record more. Maybe nap some. Okay, so very funny story. You'll never guess what I'm about to tell you guys. I'm gonna give you guys 5 seconds to guess what I'm about to say. So remember when I just said a few seconds ago that I'm gonna try and come back after dinner and continue recording the voiceover so that I could finish editing this video and publish it that week. Well, it's been 4 weeks since I said, oh, I'm feeling sick, I'm gonna get dinner and then I'm gonna record some more later. Nope, I did not record more. It's been about 4 weeks, 4 or maybe even 5 weeks, because this is such a daunting process, making an audio recording for a 4-hour video. And since then, I've been thinking that maybe I don't want to make the video 4 hours long. Maybe I want to make it 8 hours long. I honestly don't know. I don't know if you guys are interested in an 8-hour video. 3 hours is already very long. I even thought about making the 70-hour video showing the full process of the painting. And I don't know if my YouTube would even allow that. I don't even know. But anyways, one of the last things I was saying was that sometimes people think I was Indian. I forgot a lot of the things that I said, and I spoke about a lot of things. I went to different snippets throughout the video to see what I said. And one of the last things I said was that a lot of people think that I'm Indian. Not a lot of people, some people. Like it happened to me once on the street. I was walking by and I met this old man, and well, I've met him a few times, and he's like, "Oh, you said your family's from India, right?" And this happens sometimes. So, anyways, it's kind of funny because I replayed the audio and I heard that me saying that sometimes people think I'm Indian. And just the other day, someone on Instagram commented that I look like the Indian version of some anime character. But the thing is, I'm not even Indian, so I thought that was so funny. Um, what I usually get is, I mean, obviously Black American, which I am, but I get Black American, obviously. I get Ethiopian. I get Jamaican sometimes. Sometimes people think I'm Dominican. I get Indian. I've gotten Aboriginal Australian, but that's because of the context of the conversation I was speaking about, because I was speaking about Australia. So I've gotten Melanesian. I've gotten so many different things. Depending on where I am in the world, people will think I'm something different. So yeah, I've been very busy with schoolwork and internships, apprenticeships, and work, and I've been so busy. I've been facing a lot of rejection recently. I've been facing a lot of rejection for job applications for different things, and I don't know if I've already talked about this in this video. Forgive me if I repeat some things that I've already stated before, but I mean it's bound to happen because I didn't re-listen to the whole audio recording. I only listened to like a few seconds here and there, so I heard a few themes that I mentioned. But yeah, I've been facing a lot of rejection recently, which is something that I've been mentally noting to myself. But I've also been mentally noting to myself that even though I've been experiencing a lot of rejection, I've been experiencing some acceptance. Like I've been applying to a lot of jobs and have been getting denied from different opportunities that I really want and have been getting denied. I got denied from an exhibition that I really thought I would get into, and it really, really hurt because I didn't understand why I wasn't accepted. But that's neither here nor there. So I also applied to another exhibition, and I really thought I would get into that one. I knew I would get into that one, and guess what? I didn't get in. So that was the second exhibition in the same time period that I didn't get accepted into, and it really, really hurt me. And I just remember being at mariachi practice and finding out, reading the email that I didn't get into the exhibition, and I was so hurt. I didn't understand. I didn't understand why they didn't choose me. And about a week later, after they sent me an email saying, the casual email, whenever you're rejected from anything, we've had tons of applications and they were wonderful. But unfortunately, there were so many people that applied this year and we can only accept some people. Unfortunately, you were not accepted. Please reapply next year. You get used to those type of rejection emails, whether it's college decisions, whether it's a job, whether it's an internship, whether it's a scholarship. You get used to those rejections. And sometimes I almost prefer someone not even contacting me saying that I didn't get it, as opposed to them saying you got rejected. Like I always want that closure, but sometimes it just hurts to read over and over again that you haven't been accepted into something, because you eventually feel just so worthless that, wow, I can't get accepted into anything I want to get accepted into. But guess what? A week after they sent me that email saying that I got rejected, they sent me another email saying there was confusion when processing my application, and it turns out they made a mistake and I actually did get accepted. So it was amazing to learn that I had actually been accepted into this exhibition that I was so hurt that I didn't get accepted into. So that just shows that you may feel hurt. You may not understand what's going on, and you may think that you're worthless or that you don't matter because you didn't get accepted into something, but that's not true. And you never know how that curse that you feel that rejection was. You may think of that rejection as being a curse, but what you don't realize is that rejection may be a blessing in disguise. Like a lot of times people get rejected from a college and they'll get accepted into another college and they'll end up going there and they end up loving the college. And I feel like that's what happens most times. People love the college that they ended up going to. There were so many colleges. No, I didn't get denied from many colleges, but the colleges that I got denied from, I would not have liked going to those schools. At least like from looking at what the schools are like, I look back and I'm like, I would not have liked going to that school. So it's good that I got denied. And also, because you got denied from a college doesn't mean that you're not qualified. It doesn't mean that you're not smart, that you're not special. A lot of times colleges will deny people. I mean, because they have a lot of applicants, it's very competitive, but a lot of times colleges will deny applicants who they think will not fit in at their school, who they think will not like their school, who they think will transfer from their school or will not graduate from that school because that person will not like that school. Like if you put in your application that you hate being outdoors, you hate hiking, you hate surfing, you hate being in nature, you always want to be inside using your tablet and your phone and your computer, and you're applying to a school where the majority of the student population is always going on hikes and in nature and loves that, maybe you're going to get denied from that school because the school will realize that you're not going to thrive there, you're not going to succeed there, you're not going to like it there, and you're probably going to transfer, which doesn't look good for the school. So it's the same for anything, whether it be an art exhibition, whether it be a college denial, a job. Sometimes you get denied not because you're not qualified, not because you're not special, but because you're not a good fit for the company. Because, like, for the exhibition I got denied from, maybe it's not that my work wasn't as good as the other people in the eyes of the jurors. Maybe, um, well, for instance, I submitted portraits. Maybe they only were accepting two portraits out of the dozens of artwork that they selected to be accepted. Maybe they realized that my art wasn't a good fit for that show. Maybe my art was excellent, but they just weren't looking for that specific type of art. And that's true for many things. Like sometimes there are some art pieces out there in the world that I look at and I'm like, that artist has exceptional skill. But it's not a piece that I particularly like. I maybe don't like the style, but that's okay. It's their style. It doesn't mean that they have a bad style. It just means that it's not my favorite art style, that it's not the style that I find aesthetically pleasing, that is pleasing to my eyes and my visual preferences. So yeah, that's what I've come to terms with. I just got denied from a job 2 days ago, and it really hurt to be denied from that job. But I set myself up saying, I know that there's a good chance I'm going to be denied from this job. So it didn't hurt as much as it would have. Like, I've moved on from it. Like, of course, I'm upset. I wish I would have been accepted because I had been waiting for months, almost like a year, anticipating that I would apply for this job and that I would hope to get it. But I realized there's a good chance I'm not going to get it. And I didn't get it. And it hurts. But I don't know why I was denied. Um, it is what it is. It is what it is. Um, so that exhibition that I got denied from is coming up, and I'm happy that my work is gonna be there, that people get to see my art. And another thing that I've been realizing is it's okay if I get denied from exhibitions because my work is seen by so many people on the internet. Like that's my exhibition right there. Like the hundreds of thousands of people that see my artwork every month online is much more than I would than much more than the amount of people who would see my work in just an exhibition. unless it was like an exhibition in a very highly attended museum. Like, most galleries or museums are not getting hundreds of thousands of visitors in one area of the museum per month. So the internet is an amazing tool. So I'm upset that I didn't get into these exhibitions, but these exhibitions are giving these artists who maybe don't have a chance to have their art be seen by the world. They're giving them a chance to have their art seen. But my art is already being seen by people around the world. So I may be upset, but I also need to realize, hey, I have this really cool privilege and this amazing opportunity to have my art seen by a lot of people worldwide, and that's my gallery right there. So it's really nice if I get into galleries that are physical, but at the same time, I'm already getting a lot of reach online right now. So the goal was for people to see my art, and that's happening. So yeah, you just have to view life through a less negative perspective. I mean, you want to be realistic because you can't just view life with rose-colored glasses, but you have to realize that life life is can be amazing. You just can't view everything in a negative lens, and I'm trying to fix that. When I get denied from something, I'm trying to not get a bad attitude and trying not to be like, "Oh, I suck." I'm trying to realize that, hey, it's okay. You don't win everything, and this should inspire me to be better. I'm not a huge Taylor Swift fan, but I saw a video of Taylor Swift. She was speaking to someone who worked for her or worked with her, like her label company. And the person called her and told her that she didn't get nominated for something, or she didn't win an award. Like maybe it was album of the year or song of the year. And do you know what she said? She said, "That's okay." She wasn't visibly upset. Maybe she was hurt in her heart, but she wasn't visibly upset. She said, "That's okay. I'm going to make a better album." And you know what her representative said? She said, "No, your album was amazing. Your album was really, really good." And Taylor Swift said, "I'm going to make a better album." And then the representative said something along the lines with, "No, there's nothing wrong with your album. Your album is really good." And Taylor Swift said, "Yeah, but I'm going to make a better album. I'm working on an album now, and that's what I need to do." And I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what was said. I saw this video a few days ago, so please don't take my words as verbatim. You can probably find that video online. But that really inspired me. I'm like, Taylor Swift has so much success in her industry. She's won so many awards, so many Grammys, and different awards. And instead of having an attitude, which I don't think this video was taken at the beginning of her career, it's probably at the middle of her career, right? So she had the right to get an attitude and be like, "No, I'm this amazing artist. I should have been nominated. I should have won this award." Like so many singers do, so many actors do. They'll be like, "I earned this right. I'm the best actor. I'm the best singer. I'm a great actor. I'm a great singer. I should have been nominated. I should have won. You see, everyone hates me. I should have won this." A lot of professional actors and singers will do that. They'll complain when they don't get nominated for something, which sometimes they do have the right to complain about because maybe they did deserve to be nominated. But she said, despite the fact that she was so well known and already far into her career, she said, "It's okay. I'm just going to work even harder. I'm going to do something even better." And that's really been inspiring me recently. I'm thinking to myself, how can I have this attitude that Taylor Swift had in that video, because that's really inspiring. Because you don't usually see people doing things like that. Usually, when people are far into their career, they'll be upset that they didn't get an opportunity. They won't think to themselves, "Let me work even harder. Let me fight for the spot." They'll just be like, "Well, I deserve the spot." Which sometimes it's true, but you just have to view things in a different light. So this piece took a lot out of me. I'm already tired of this voiceover, and I've only been filming for like 16 more minutes. But this piece, I was like, I don't want to use oil paint or do painting for a while. So after finishing this piece, I didn't paint for about a month. And right now I'm taking my painting 2 class at RISD and Rhode Island School of Design, one of the universities that I go to, and it's an amazing class. Um, I'm learning a lot about painting and how to be a better oil painter, and I really enjoyed oil painting. It's not a medium that I worked with traditionally. Growing up, I worked with it for a few paintings. Like I first discovered it using one of those, probably a Daler Rowney art pack that you could buy at Walmart, and they had acrylic paint, watercolor paint, and oil paint in tubes, and that's how I first used oil paint. And I did a few oil paintings as a kid. My parents bought me some oil paint in middle school and probably in 7th or 8th grade. And I did a few oil paintings, but it just wasn't my main medium that I used. So I probably did, I'm trying to think, one oil painting in high school. No, two, maybe two oil paintings in high school. Um, like a few dozen oil paintings in middle school, and that was that. But then this year I started doing oil painting for my painting 1 class, because at RISD for your painting classes for your illustration major, it's usually like you're working in oil paint and you're learning how to traditionally oil paint, which is really fun. Um, because it's like you're painting like one of the great painters from history that you learn about, like Leonardo da Vinci, all these painters who use oil paint, and it just is really refreshing because the paint blends so well and it's so refreshing, and it's really nice. So I've really been enjoying oil painting. I'm discovering a new side of myself. I'm making art that I love. I'm I'm trying to get my work ethic back, because when COVID happened, it kind of disrupted my personality, and it really changed me as a person. My work ethic has never been the same since COVID started. I was such a hard working person in high school before COVID, and then when COVID came, it ruined my motivation, and I've never fully returned. And I'm finally returning to who I was before COVID, like when it comes to my work ethic. And I don't know if I'll ever be there again, because circumstances in your life change you. But I'm now falling back in love with art and making illustrated pieces, and it's so wonderful, because has always been a way for me to express myself, the things I like, and what's important to me, and I kind of fell out of love with that. And I fell out of love with working hard, and I'm getting back into that. It's taken a while. It's taken a few years, but I'm getting there. So I just made a piece that I put in a lot of effort for. Not this piece. I did put in a lot of effort for this piece, but I just made a piece this week for one of my classes that I put in a lot of effort for, and I really like the piece. It's growing on me. I put in a lot of symbolism, and a lot of thought process went into the piece, and I'm really really happy with the fact that I'm reverting back to my old self, where I was really hardworking and really ambitious. Really ambitious. Sorry if you can hear me moving, because when I move the computer or move where I'm sitting, like you can hear a crumbling sound, so I apologize for that. It's hard to have perfect audio for 4 hours, or who knows, maybe I'll make this video 8 hours. I'm not too sure what I'm going to do, and right now I'm checking my phone, because it's kind of hard to just watch this video for 8 hours and not look at anything else. So I may do that periodically, scroll through my phone while I talk, because it will put me at ease. It will put me at ease. So I've been learning a lot about my career, and I've been learning a lot about the field that I want to go into, a lot about research, and just the professions that I'm interested in, and I've been asking my professors for advice, and um, they've been giving me some really good insight, and I really appreciate it. I just think it's so important to learn about the field you're going into before you go into that field. Like, my professors are providing me with so much insight, and I really, really appreciate that. Okay, let's find a new topic to talk about. One topic that would be really interesting would be travel stories, but I want to make a YouTube video about travel stories. So that would have been perfect to talk about, but uh maybe I'll talk about languages that I want to learn. But I feel like that's so specific. Like, a lot of the languages I'll mention, most people have never heard of. So maybe it would bore people. So I don't know about that one. Okay, what to talk about, what to talk about, what to talk about, what to talk about. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ba da ba da ba da 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 da. Sorry. I'm not even singing a song. I just made up that tune right now. So I've been putting in a lot of effort to my assignments, much more effort than I have been usually into my art assignments, and I've been really connecting with my art. I'm really exploring who I am as a person through the art that I've been making recently, and I think it's so important because a lot of times as artists we represent who other people are, who other things are, like who other animals are, who we represent things that aren't ourselves. But so many of us as artists don't explore who we are through our art. Like, we may explore things we like. We may explore things that we're fascinated with, things that we like seeing, things that we think are aesthetically pleasing, but a lot of times we don't actually explore who we are deep down inside as people. And that's what I've been exploring in some of my pieces, because I think it's really cool, because it's never been my forte to draw myself, to paint myself. The only times that I've painted myself until recently were assignments that that my teachers gave, professors or teachers gave, when they tell us to draw ourselves, paint ourselves. And I've done many self portraits over the years, but it's because my teachers told me to do self portraits for specific assignments. And I also would draw myself little images of myself for my business logo throughout the years, in middle school, mainly in the beginning of high school. But that was for a very specific purpose, for my business, not because I just wanted to paint myself. Like, it's pretty reasonable to want to have an image of yourself for your business logo. So recently I've started to paint myself and draw myself. Um, Even though my professors and teachers aren't currently asking me to make self portraits, but I've been making a lot of self portraits because I want to explore who I am, what I am, what makes me me. Um, yeah, so I think it's a beautiful thing to be able to explore yourself and to realize things about yourself and different sides of yourself that you didn't even really realize existed. It's beautiful. So, are there any countries that you guys want to travel to? There are many countries that I want to eventually travel to. I've always wanted to go to Morocco since I was in middle school, since I was a child. France, mainland France, I want to go to. I want to see the Eiffel Tower and see the different places in France. Um, where else? I visited overseas France this summer. So I visited New Caledonia and Wallis and Futuna, which are two French territories. Um, two French territories. So they're part of France, but they're not in the mainland. They're in the Pacific Islands, so they're far away from mainland France. But I spent so many years of French class. Sorry. I spent so many years of French class learning about French society and learning about the Francophone, the French speaking world. But I've never visited mainland France after learning so much about the banlieues, the suburbs, and the French society and French cuisine and French singers and movies and music genres. And I've learned so much. But I want to visit France eventually. And this year, the Olympics are in Paris. So who knows? Maybe I can stop by. We'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Um, which is another talking point. Yay, another talking point. I love, love, love the Olympics. Growing up, a lot of times I wouldn't be able to watch the Olympics um, because the Olympics would partially go on while I was in school, the beginning of August, which I would be in school during that time. I would be studying, which was really annoying because a lot of the events would go on while I was in school, and then I'd come home and want to watch the events. So the Olympics is a beautiful thing because you have pride for your country, you have pride for the world, and you have pride for the individual athletes who are doing amazing things, who are scoring goals, who are winning in their races and their events and their categories, and it's just so beautiful. Especially when you're rooting for someone who's not from your country. Like sometimes I'll be rooting for the underdog when that athlete's country has never won an Olympic medal, and then that person will win, and it will make me really happy even if they beat my own country. So I think watching the Olympics is so special to me. I like how there's so many different sports within the Olympics, and the Olympics is just so beautiful. Last Olympics, which was in 2021, the 2020 Olympics was in 2021 because of COVID. The Olympics got delayed a year. Um, but the 2020 Olympics, what was I saying? Oh, I drew a lot of Olympians. I eventually burned out because I was doing so many drawings a day. But I remember I was visiting my grandparents, and I was doing all of these Olympian drawings of gymnasts, of track and field stars, of swimmers from mainly from the US, but from actually mainly from the US. Maybe half from the US, half from excuse me. Maybe half are from the US and half from other countries. Oh, all this talking. Yeah, so I'm really excited. And I hope to do some Olympian drawings this summer too. And hopefully I can get started on them way before the Olympics starts so I can have a lot of drawings lined up for these Olympic events. And this will be an exciting time. Um, I'm going to be doing some traveling this summer. And since I'm going to be traveling, I don't know how much of the Olympics I'm going to be able to watch, which makes me sad, but I'm excited for the things I'm supposed to be doing this summer, so it's okay. It's okay. And I'm sure I could always watch replays. But the events that I like watching the most in the Olympics are actually surprisingly the events that the USA, some of the events that the USA is the best in. Um, so I really, 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 really love watching gymnastics. I think most people love watching gymnastics in the Olympics because it's one of those sports that you don't generally watch. Like people watch baseball and football and basketball all the time on television, or rugby if you live in certain countries, or maybe even cricket if you live in certain countries. But gymnastics is not the type of sport that you generally see on the TV a lot. Maybe on certain channels, but not on the main news channels, not on the main broadcasters. You may have to go to one of the lesser known channels to watch a gymnastics meet live. Um, but the thing that I really, really love is that you really get to see gymnastics front and center at the Olympics. It's one of the most beautiful sports, one of the most impressive sports, and you get to see all of these fantastic women and young men doing these events. And I really love men's gymnastics too. It doesn't get a lot of praise, but they do these really cool events. I really love watching the rings, and the men and women do different events, and men and women's gymnastics is just so they're so different. But they're both so fun to watch. But I think I watch more women's gymnastics during the Olympics because I think women's gymnastics is probably one of the most watched programming for the Olympics. So it's very highly anticipated. So I always know when those events are going on, whereas I don't always know when the men's gymnastic events are going on. And usually I don't know when what event is going on. I just turn on the TV during the Olympics and just watch whatever is going on, whether it's um, horseback riding. I don't remember the sport, whether it's horseback riding or equestrian. They have different sports, right? Or whether it's swimming, whatever the event is, dive. There are so many cool sports out there. But anyways, my favorite sports to watch during the Olympics are gymnastics and track and field. Track and field, I'll actually follow um like what time of the day track and field is going to be on, and who is competing and when, like what events are going on. Is it the high jump, is it the long jump, is it the 100-meter dash, is it the hurdles? I love watching the hurdle races during the Olympics. Love, 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 love. Ooh, I sounded really out of tune. That's funny. That's funny. Um, yeah, but are you guys excited to watch the Olympics? I'm super excited. I love the Olympics. The Olympics are fantastic, fantastic, bombastic. Yeah, bombastic, fantastic. So, what have you guys been up to recently? I mean, it's not like you guys generally comment what's been going on in your lives, but I'm generally interested. What are some good things that have been happening in your lives? Some good things that have been happening in my lives is that I just got accepted for a scholarship. I got into two summer programs that I applied for that were pretty competitive, and I'm happy that I got in. Um, I've been making some really cool art that I'm proud of, that I'm putting in a lot of effort for. I've been getting paid because I've been working a lot. I'm taking some really cool classes, and I'm learning more about my field, which is really interesting me. I've been watching some cool shows, some cool movies. Actually, I haven't watched a movie in a while, just mainly shows. Um, excuse me. Um, it's been sunny outside, which has really been brightening my mood. So on campus, when it's sunny, everyone will go out and sit on the lawn, and it's been sunny the past few days. So it's been beautiful seeing people sit on the lawn and seeing people relax, hang out with friends, throw a frisbee, do yoga on the grass, read books on the grass, draw on the grass. I've been doing some drawing on the lawn, and yeah, it's been so beautiful to watch. So beautiful. So, so beautiful. I just, the cold really gets to me. And it can make me really, really sad. I'm a warm blooded creature. I love the warmth. The cold, I don't like the cold. So it's really refreshing to know that it's getting warm. I'm scrolling through Instagram and someone posted a picture. And I thought the picture was of me. I like had a jump scare. Like my heart jumped because I thought that was me. And it's not me, it's someone else who actually looks nothing like me. So it's kind of funny. It's so funny. So this weekend, you'll never guess where I'm going. I'm going somewhere cool. This weekend, I am going to Nueva York. I'm going to New York, so that will be exciting. I don't go to New York very often, but it's actually one of the places that I've visited the most. Like, actually, I've visited New York City much more times than I visited any other city besides the cities that I've lived in and the neighboring cities. Like any city in Florida doesn't count. So New York City is the city that I've visited the most outside of the regions that I've lived in. Isn't that crazy? Because I know a lot of people who live in New York, so I've gone every few years and I'll go to the city. And this time I'll be in Manhattan. Usually when I go to New York, I think I'm generally in the Bronx area, but this time I'll be in Manhattan. um New York, da 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 da. I wanna be a part of it. New York, New York, da 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 da. I love that, and they play it during New Year's too. I think New York is a really cool place. It can be overwhelming if you're in the city because there's just so many people walking around. There's so many stores. It's just so busy. Urban areas are not my forte. They're not my favorite thing. Urban areas can be really nice. They can be really pretty, and there's a lot to do. There's great nightlife in urban areas, but they also can be very unoriginal, feel uninspired, and they can be overwhelming because there's so many people walking around in urban areas. And the other thing is that a lot of times urban areas look the same. Like you go to so many different cities and they all look like New York, or vice versa. Like they all look like each other. Like it doesn't matter if you're in Korea, it doesn't matter if you're in Thailand, it doesn't matter if you're in the United States, Canada, New Zealand. The cities look the same. Like they may have distinguishing characteristics. Like the cities in Korea have distinguishing characteristics. The cities in New Zealand have very specific characteristics, but at the end of the day, they can end up looking very similar. Um, yeah, they can end up looking extremely similar. So I had class today. We had critique. Critique. We had critique. I actually got no negative feedback for my critique. People liked my piece, which is nice to hear. I was really worried going into this critique because I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this piece, but I put in a lot of effort for it. And now that I look back at the piece, I'm like, I like it's pretty nice. But we had critique for 5 hours today. My RISD classes are 5 hours. They're 1 day a week and are 5 hours. So I have three RISD classes and two Brown classes, which my two of my RISD classes are 5 hours long. So they're very long, but I've kind of gotten used to it. But sometimes I still get tired and bored during these long, very long classes. But that's just one thing about the trade, about going into art and going into art school. Classes can be so very long. which is okay. You kind of get used to it. You kind of get used to it. Um, so a lot of things have been going on in my life. Last semester I had the best semester out of any semester. This semester has been pretty good too, but I've had a lot of emotional scares. Like every few weeks, every week or so, I've had something really emotional happen to me where it's been hard for me to deal with. And I usually get over it either within a day or within a week. But some of these things are lingering with me and may linger with me for the rest of my life. Which, that's just life. I just found out Zinedine Zidane, is that how you spell his name? Has an Instagram. Anyways, what was I talking about? Um, yeah, so I've been going through a lot of emotional scares, but I keep on having really good things happening to me too. Like I keep on getting denied from jobs, and then I keep on having like relate friendship breakups with people that I care about or other bad things happening. But then I keep on getting accepted into programs, and then I keep on making really cool art, and then having success in social media, and it's just confusing because at one moment I'm like, dang, my life, what's going on? And then at another moment, I'm like, life is good. I have great stuff going on in my life. I just found out Daniel Day Kim is 55 years old. Do you know who Daniel Day Kim is? I love Daniel Day Kim. Daniel Day Kim was an actor. I mean, he's still an actor, but he was an actor. He is an actor who played the character Jin in Lost. And fun fact, the character like Lost was a show that I would watch. It's like my first memory of watching a show, watching a drama and being involved. I remember my family would watch this show in elementary school. Like I think the show finished premiering when I was in second grade. And I remember so much from the show. Like I recently just rewatched the show right before I came to college, actually. And it was really interesting because I remembered so much that happened in the show. Even from just watching it in kindergarten, first and second grade, I remembered stuff that happened when I watched it in kindergarten, first and second grade. Like I was like, I know what's gonna happen in this scene, which is crazy because I hadn't watched the show in like 10 years when I was from the time when I was a child. But anyways, Daniel Day Kim, he played one of the characters in the show called Lost, which was a very famous show in the early 2000s. It was the show. Apparently, that show changed television. I don't remember how, but it did. But he and his wife, he played a character called Jin, and the character who played his wife was named Sun. And that was my first exposure to Korean people. I don't think I'd ever heard of Korean people before that. So whenever I thought of Korean people, I would think of Sun and Jin because there were these two Korean characters in this show. And then eventually I ended up studying abroad in South Korea, like over a decade later, which is really interesting. Yeah. So I actually don't remember what I was saying. Oh, something about TV. But yeah, so I've loved Daniel Day Kim's work. I think he seems like a really cool actor and really cool guy. Really, really cool guy. So there are a few actors that I've really liked throughout the years. I've always really liked Angelina Jolie, Daniel Day Kim. I really like an actor called Omar Sy, or maybe it's Omar Sy. I don't know. I think his name is Omar Sy, but he's a French actor. Um, you did you notice how I said French actor? il est acteur français et euh, j'adore les films. Uh, what should I say? I speak French, but I don't know what I should say. What I said was I don't remember what I said actually. I said Omar Sy is a French actor. I like the films that, and then I didn't finish my statement. But anyways, he's a French actor that's in a lot of French language movies. He's also in some American movies as well, some English language movies. Um, but I really love his work. I love the shows and movies that he's in. They always like really touch my heart. Like I watch his movie. I think it's called The Untouchables, Les Intouchables. Maybe that's the name in French. I don't remember, but I think it's called The Untouchables in English. And then he's also in a film called, what else is he in? He's in X-Men, but I don't remember him being in X-Men. I've watched all the X-Men movies over and over. Actually, maybe he's the guy with the dreads. Oh, he is the guy with the dreads in X-Men. So I kind of do remember him. Anyways, he's in also a show called Lupin, which is a show that I watch. I had to watch it for my French class, and I really liked the movie. He's also in another movie that I watched. I think. Okay. I can't find it. But anyways, there are so many French language films that I love. I think French films are just so amazing. I don't know what it is about the French francophone industry, but every French film I've ever watched, maybe because I'm only watching the most critically acclaimed ones and the famous ones, but every single French film that I've ever watched has really moved me, has really stuck with me. There are many American films or English language films that I watch and I forget. But then the French language films that I've watched have been amazing. And I think the main reason that these films are amazing or that I really like these films is because I'm being recommended the most popular and the best French films. Cuz that's the only way that they're being making their way into these American streaming platforms is cuz they're so well known. But and because they're so critically acclaimed. But I watched this film called let me look up the name. La Ode de la Vie. Une Ode à la Vie. Une Ode à la Vie. Okay, it's called Le Tourbillon de la Vie. The Turbulence of Life. I think that's what it means. Um and it's a really interesting film. So the film is basically about this woman, and her name is Julia, I believe, because the English version of the film is called Julia's. But it's about this woman, and think there are a few different theories that can summarize this film. So if you think about, is it called the butterfly effect? Basically, if you do one thing or make one action, one movement, it can completely change the course of history. And it's this that's basically what this film is. In this film, this woman, there are many different like realities that it shows, many different possibilities. So this woman, she ends up doing this one thing and it completely leads her life one way. But then she ends up doing a different thing and it will completely lead her life another way. And it shows the different possibilities that it has in her life because she made these small little decisions that ended up drastically affecting her life and brought her through hardship. So the film is really touching. And I'm surprised it's not more popular. Le Tourbillon de la Vie. It's an amazing film. I would really recommend that you watch it. Um, and then I also watched an amazing film, which I don't think it's too popular either, but it's called what is the name of it? It's un film sur la vie d'un chef français. Okay, it's a film about a French chef. Oh my gosh. I watched it on the here it is. It's called A la Belle Étoile. To the beautiful star, for the beautiful star. It's basically about this chef who grows up. I think he lives a rough life. He probably like lives in the French suburbs, which people who live in the French suburbs like the French version of the suburbs is much different than the American version of the suburbs because that's where the poor people live. That's where the people who are disadvantaged live. Kind of think of the what people consider the inner city in the US or the ghetto. That's what the suburbs in France are considered. So it's about a guy who I believe grows up in that area and has a hard life, if I'm remembering correctly. And he grows up to be the chef. So that's what the film is about. And it's an amazing film. Another amazing film I watched is Les Choristes. It's another French film. It's about a guy who runs this boys like choir, and it's a really amazing movie. Yeah, just the French movies that I've watched have stuck with me. Like I will always remember these films. They're just so amazing. They make you think. It's not just about money, it's about creating art in a beautiful art form. Um yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. So, I'm there I need to get into a new series. I've been watching Suits. I'm still finishing it up. I think I'm on the last season. Um which I've been enjoying the prior seasons. This season is okay, but I'm on the last season and I'm wondering what is the next show that I will watch be. Like there are a lot of go-to shows that I really enjoy that are comfort shows to me. The shows that I really like that are comfort shows to me are Baywatch, which is a show from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and the early 2000s. It ran for so many years. Um, Another show that's comforting to me is 21 Jump Street, a show from the 80s and 90s, I believe. A Different World, another show from the 90s that's really comforting to me. But the thing that makes me really sad is they took A Different World off Amazon Prime. So makes me sad. Another show that's really comforting to me is Smallville. The show with Tom Welling and X Men Evolution is also really comforting to me. So I have a few shows that I could just Boy Meets World as well. I have a few shows that I could just watch over and over, and most of them are shows that I watched when I was going through a tough time, or that I watched when I was dealing with something, or that I watched a lot in my childhood. Some of them are animated shows, some of them are live action shows. Smallville is a show that really comforts me because I think the themes in Smallville are just so amazing. It's just all about family, about friendship, about doing the right thing. And it's about Clark Kent growing up in the small town in rural Kansas, I believe in Kansas, a town called Smallville. And it's about him growing up before he becomes Superman. And the show is just it feels so wholesome, and I really like the fact that this show is so wholesome. I hope this is still recording. Okay, it is. Yay! I've almost been recording for an hour. Um, yeah, but I really love Smallville. I have so many more seasons to watch of Smallville, but it's one of my favorite shows of all time. And I still haven't finished watching the seasons, which is so funny. Some of my favorite shows ever, I haven't even watched all the episodes. I haven't watched all the seasons. And that's how it is for Smallville. That's how it is for The Flash. That's how it is for Baywatch. And I could watch all of the seasons, but I don't. And I think that's what's exciting for me because I can continue. I still have more to watch. There's still more for me to explore. Um, yeah. So life is good. There are ups and downs. I'm going through a lot, but I'm experiencing a lot of joy. A lot, a lot of joy. But, life has ups and downs. Are there any videos that you guys would like me to make? I know I have a vast breadth of types of videos that I make. I make a lot of college videos, a lot of travel videos, a lot of vlogs, a lot of art videos, and it's just a mix of everything. That's what my channel is. It's not about subscribing to a specific art or a specific topic on my YouTube, which a lot of YouTubers will recommend that you stick to a certain subject. But for me, this is just about what's going on in my life. What are the ups and downs? What am I doing? Where am I at? What is the situation I'm situated in? How am I feeling? Who am I meeting? Who are my friends? What's going on? Yeah, so yeah. Are there any movies that you guys are excited to watch that are coming out soon? I can't really think of any movies that I'm excited to come out. The main movies that I was excited to watch were The Little Mermaid. I'm trying to think. Madam Web. I've been excited for that movie for so many years. I didn't end up watching it. I still haven't watched it, but I've heard a lot of bad reviews, which the trailer did look pretty bad. But I hope to watch it eventually. I started rewatching Morbius, so that's not true. I have watched a film recently. I didn't finish it. I still have to finish it. I watched it in theaters actually, but I fell asleep during the movie. I was really interested in it, but the thing is, since the lights are off in the theaters, I often fall asleep when I watch movies in theaters. Um, but yeah, so I was really excited for Madam Web, and I've been anticipating it for a few years. But it seems like the ball was dropped with this film because it doesn't look very good. The trailer doesn't excite me, so I mean, it does excite me. Like I'm like, this could be interesting, but it just doesn't seem well executed. Um, yeah, so it's really interesting. Which is the annoying thing, which is also cool. When you watch a, when you're excited for a film, you have to wait 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe even a decade for the film to come out. Usually, just like 2 to 4 years for the film to come out, but sometimes it can take even longer. Like I've been waiting for Avatar 2. I waited for Avatar 2 to come out, and guess what? I waited for that movie for like 8 years. I was so excited, and they just kept on pushing the movie back. I think because the director said it wasn't time to release it, and he wanted to make the movie better, and 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 yeah, I really enjoyed the film. I still have to rewatch Avatar: Way of the Water. I watched it, but I need to watch it again. Avatar is one of my favorite movies. Like Avatar, the one with the blue people. That's one of my favorite movies as well as Black Panther. Another one of a movie. What are some movies that I really liked? Um, there was this movie that I really liked. Wait, I remember the name of it. I just don't remember how to pronounce it. It's called Yongu Boy. I watched it in Australia and I thought it was pretty interesting. Um, there are a few films about Australian Aboriginal communities that I really enjoyed watching. Um, yeah, I really enjoy watching movies about indigenous like communities around the world, like Maori films about the Maori people, about Australian Aboriginal people, about Native American people. I think those movies are really interesting. Like I watched a lot of films about Native American communities, and I think it's so interesting and so beautiful to watch. And like I just watched Echo, which is a film about, I think, probably Marvel's first Native American like live action hero. And it was interesting. So I love watching and learning about culture. That's like one thing I love. I love watching movies that explore culture and identity. And it's one of the most beautiful things to watch. Um like my favorite Marvel movies, um like my favorite projects from Marvel are probably Black Panther, Miss Marvel. I really like those projects. They're really interesting to me, just seeing like how the culture was portrayed on screen, and it's just so captivated to me. I really love Miss Marvel, even though a lot of people didn't like it. Um but it was amazing. So everyone has their own taste. I feel like by the end of this video, you're gonna know a lot about me because I'm just gonna be talking for so much, for so long. I have no script, I have nothing planned out, but I also can just talk for hours. I don't just talk for hours. Like, I can talk for like a long time, but I'm not gonna just talk to someone for hours without listening to them. Um, but I have so much to say. It's just a matter of deciding what to say. So I may take a break now. I've been filming for, I don't even know how long. I've been filming for, wait, let me see. How long have I been filming for? I've been filming for over an hour. So I've done more audio recording this time around than the first time. And I'm still not sure if I'm going to extend the video to be 8 hours or 4 hours. I think I'll do the 4 hour video, and then if people want a longer video, the 8 hour video, then I'll provide some more audio and I'll do the 8 hour video, which will just be the video in slower motion. Like, because this isn't real time. This video is sped up like times 400%, maybe. Um, I don't even know how much I sped this video up. Maybe 600%. So maybe it's 6 times as fast as it was in real life. Um, but I think that maybe if I have the video and like be 8 hours long, it may be too slow to watch because this is already pretty slow at the pace that you're watching this video. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna take a break soon, and maybe I'll finish recording the rest of this video later. I have class tomorrow early in the morning, so currently the video is set to be 3 hours and 31 minutes, which I don't know if that's long enough for me. I may just try it out. I'll try the long form video and see how well it does, and if it does well, then I'll do an even longer video. And let me know what you guys want to see. I hope my voice or this video is soothing for you and just allows you to listen to someone. Um okay. So I'm going to take a break now because I'm tired. So I'm going to stop recording. So this is really funny because I haven't edited this video in 2 months. I said, oh, maybe I'll come back later. I'm going to take a break. And I just didn't come back. So it's 2 months later. The semester is ending. I have like a week left. And right now I'm watching Madam Web. Well, I'm taking a break from watching Madam Web because I decided to do this voiceover now because I need to publish a YouTube video this week, and the one that I want to publish for this week, I'm too tired to edit. So I'm like, it's easier for me to do an hour and a half more of this voiceover, an hour and 15 minutes more of this voiceover, as opposed to me editing the other video from scratch, because I've been really fatigued from making YouTube videos because I haven't been getting the results that I've been wanting from YouTube, which is okay. You don't always get what you want, especially when it comes to social media. Like, I'm so close to 10K followers on Instagram, but people keep on unfollowing me. They keep on unfollowing me. The new people follow me. So I keep on remaining at the same point. And then I keep on losing a few more followers and I'm gaining. So then I just am so close to 10K. I'm like a few more than 100 followers away from 10K. And it's like so close to my reach, but I just can't reach it for now, which is okay. But it's a little frustrating, but we're getting through it. We're getting through it. I know a few minutes ago I was talking about how I was watching Suits. I pretty much finished Suits except for the last season. I wasn't really interested in the last season that I watched. I wasn't super interested in. And this new season that I'm watching of Suits, I haven't really been watching it for the past like month or so. I only watched part of the first episode. It's not on Netflix. So I thought I had finished the whole show. And then I went on Wikipedia to do like research on like the cast of the show and what happened during the show. And then I saw that there's one more season that just wasn't on Netflix. So then it's on Amazon Prime. So I still have to finish that season of Suits, but I'm not super interested in it. But one show that I started watching recently was The Resident. I love The Resident. I love the main character. He's so amazing. The actor just seems so cool. I think he's in another movie that I really, really like. Recently, it's been hard for me to get into movies. Like the past few days, I'll watch 5 minutes of a movie or 5 minutes of the first episode of a TV show and I'll turn it off and I just can't get into it. So I put on Lupin, which is a French TV series based off of like a series of French books or French short stories that I had to read for my French class. So I first learned about the series Lupin in my French 600 class. I took the class and we had to read some of the French stories and then we had to watch the first season of the Netflix show. So I had to watch the whole first season of the Netflix show, like with a friend and with the class. So it was pretty interesting. There were a lot of things I didn't understand because I'm not fluent in French. I can speak French. Je parle français, mais je ne parle pas couramment le français. I love the language. I said I speak French, but I don't speak it fluently. So I speak it conversationally, but there's so much that I don't understand when watching a movie or a television series. But I love the French language. So I want to get better at learning French. I want to get better at listening to French. My speaking French is like pretty okay, but I want to get better at listening to French. So I started watching Lupin again. I started from episode 1, and I think there are 3 seasons out now. So I only ended up watching the first season for my French class. So I'll have to watch the other 2, which Omar Sy, I don't know if it's Omar Sy or Omar Sy, but he's my favorite French actor. He's amazing. I love his movies. Like he has a movie called Les Intouchables, The Untouchables, and he also has a movie. He's in Lupin. He's in a few other movies that are pretty good. He's in like one of the X-Men movies. I know, Side Quests, an American movie. But I really like him. He's one of my favorite actors. I don't tend to have like a lot of favorite actors. I just have like typical actors and actresses who are my favorites, like Angelina Jolie. I think Viola Davis is climbing up there for me after watching How to Get Away with Murder. Like her acting is just so phenomenal. Um, Anything with Halle Berry, I've always loved Halle Berry's movies. Um, yeah, there are just so many interesting actors out there. I usually just watch a movie because I want to watch the movie, not because an actor I like is in it. I think there are some people who watch movies or TV shows because an actor they like is in it, but that's not usually the case for me. I just usually watch a movie because I'm interested in the plot. Like for instance, like I like Hugh Jackman and Wolverine. like in like the X Men movies. I like Hugh Jackman in The Greatest Showman, but and in Les Miserables. But just because Hugh Jackman is in a film, that doesn't like entice me to go see the film, even though I think he's a fantastic actor. No hate towards Hugh Jackman, but that's just an example. Like I don't watch movies because actors are in them. I just watch it because I'm interested in the plot. Um, yeah, which is pretty interesting. There are no new movies coming out soon that I'm really interested in watching. Usually, there are so many films that I'm super interested in watching that are about to come out. Like, I was super interested in watching The Little Mermaid. I was so excited for the trailer to come out. Same with Madam Web. But when I saw the trailer for Madam Web, I was like, dang, this movie doesn't look very good. Um, but when it comes to movies that are coming out this summer, I'm not really excited for any movies that are coming out soon. Hopefully, there will be some good movies that come out soon. Do you know of any good shows that you guys think that I would like? I just I was watching The Resident. I'm watching Lupin right now. What else am I watching? I'm watching a show called Baiser. Premier Baiser. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's a French sitcom from like the 70s, maybe the 90s. It's a French sitcom from the 90s. And I like it. I think it really helps me like practice my French. I've been watching it on YouTube. Um, yeah, so, regarding languages are hard to keep up with. I think I speak French at a high enough level that I don't tend to really forget much. Like, there are some grammatical structures regarding conjugation that I'll end up forgetting, um, and some grammar rules that I don't really pay attention to because, I find those grammar rules annoying. So I'll end up forgetting how to use those grammar rules. But for the most part, when it comes to vocabulary and words, I don't tend to forget French words that much. Like even a French word that I learned 8 years ago, I'll still remember. That's the thing with language. That's why I think I gravitate towards learning language because it's easy for me to remember words. Um, like there, of course, I'm a human being, so I forget some words, but I feel like most words I learn in a language, I'll end up remembering. Like even languages that I'm pretty poor at, like learning, like Korean, I still like. Even though there are so many words in Korean like that I don't think about, if you ask me how to say it in Korean, even like 2 years after like having taken one class in Korean, I'll still remember how to say it, and I could even though I haven't thought about the word in 2 years. Same with Chinese, like you ask me how to say a word, even if I haven't thought about it in a year, like also remember how to say it. So, yeah, I really, really enjoy learning languages. Right now, I'm learning Maya, like Yucatec Maya, and I'm also supposed to be learning Maltese, and I will be learning Yoruba this summer. Yoruba, the language of my family, part of my family. So I'm like, I should take Yoruba before I graduate from Brown. Like, it'll be a missed opportunity if I don't take it. So I'm excited. Um, I don't know what to expect. Um, yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. I'll be able to say basic things to my grandparents, which will be really exciting. Something really cool that happened today was for a program that I'm doing, I had to mail something to the program, and it was the first package, the first letter, the first anything that I've ever mailed by myself in my entire life. I bought the stamps, bought the package, packaging supplies from the mailroom, and I shipped it. And wow, I'm so happy because I've always been scared to mail things, so I never mailed anything in the past. But I mailed something finally, and I'm super excited that I mailed something. Cause there are so many things in life that we're scared to do, or that we're worried that we won't be able to do successfully. And then when we do these things, we realize that they're actually not hard. And maybe they're not as expensive as we once thought. I thought shipping mail would be super expensive, but what I shipped was so inexpensive. It was less than $2.50. It was that inexpensive. So that was quite exciting. Yeah. I'm looking at this painting, like watching this. I'm not even really paying attention for the most part, but I just glance at the screen. Watching this is reminding me of painting this. It was a pain, but it was definitely worth it. I still have the painting in my room. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Hopefully, I can sell it. Maybe someone will buy it. I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely the most ambitious painting, the most ambitious art piece that I've ever made in my entire life. Yeah, this painting is something that I'll always be proud of, I think. So that's good to it's good to be happy with work that you've produced. So I don't know what to talk about. I've been doing a lot of self portraits recently. I've been exploring myself and who I am, who my what my identity is. Um and it's hard. Like I've been enjoying doing these self portraits because growing up I never drew myself. Like I've drawn myself like many times in the sense like I drew myself for like my logos for my business. Um but I would rarely draw myself just for fun. Seldom did I ever draw myself for fun. Only a few times in my life before this year. But my art teachers, a thing that a lot of art teachers will do is they'll assign you to do a self portrait. So over the years, I've done like mini self portraits that were assigned to me because my teacher made me do it for an assignment. But this is like the first year that I'm actually doing finished self portraits besides sketches, like actual finished self portraits just for myself, just for something that I want to do. Like the professor will assign something and I'll do a self portrait for it, for the assignment, even though that's not like specifically what they asked for. And I've explored my identity and I guess I've learned more about myself in the process. It's really interesting. Um, yeah. And I've been drawing a lot recently. I've been drawing every day. Um, I drew some outfits that some women wore to the Met Gala, like Tyla, Anukiai, um, and Aaliyah Bhatt, the Bollywood actress, and I really liked how my drawings turned out because I used to draw a lot of stuff like that when I was younger, but then when I went to college, like I didn't really have time, and my passion for art had kind of dwindled after going to art school. Um, so I'd been drawing those, and every day I've been drawing two to three cartoon characters from around the world from television series. Like I drew Bluey from Australia, Pippi Longstocking from Sweden, Geronimo Stilton from Italy, Babar from France. I'm looking at the drawings right now. Marsupilami from Belgium, Pororo from Korea, Paddington from England, Rupert from the UK. So I'm drawing characters from all around the world, and it's fun because I'm re exploring my childhood. Because most of these characters that I'm drawing are characters that I used to watch growing up, or characters that have a huge sentimentality um, in my life, and this is the first time that I've drawn pretty much all of these characters that I can recall at least. Like it's possible that I drew these characters when I was like in early elementary school, but I doubt it. Like I used to read Geronimo Stilton books so much growing up. Those were my books, my favorite book series. Yeah. So my channel, I was thinking about this the other day. I don't really know what to do with my channel. Do I want to be a travel channel? Do I just want to talk about my life and do story times? Do I just want to do all of the above and take you through my life and what I'm doing through vlogs and just anything that's going on through my life? I don't know. Because what my channel focuses on recently is like just anything having to do with me, whether it be vlogs, travel vlogs, college vlogs, talks about college, me just talking about what's going on in my life, or art videos. Um, so anything having to do with me goes on this channel. But I don't know. It's just something that, you got to periodically think about the direction you're going for your presence as an influencer, and if you're going in the way that you want to go, if you're going in the right direction. Um, Sometimes I don't know. And I think that's something that I want to continue e- exploring over the next few months. I've really not had the drive to create YouTube videos, so I'm surprised that I'm even finishing up this voiceover today. Hopefully, I'll finish it up today. I don't even know. Um, but yeah, being a social media content creator is really hard. And I know it seems easy. It seems like you don't have to put any work in. And some people actually don't have to put a lot of work in. Like they'll just post a selfie and they'll get tens of thousands of likes, millions of likes. Like there's this video on TikTok of this girl just singing to a song and it has tens of millions of likes. It's insane. Like she didn't put much effort into the video. Like of course she did her makeup, but all she did was look pretty and sing to a video and she got so many likes and views for it, which is okay. I'm not hating on her for that. So there are some people who don't have to put in a lot of effort, but most people are putting in a lot of effort editing their videos, obviously making sure they look presentable. Like I'm much more aware of my presence now and making sure that I look presentable. Not because of the way how people around me will perceive me, but because of the way that people online will perceive me. Because I'm growing as an influencer on YouTube, on Instagram. So I got to make sure that I look nice. I can't just wake up, not brush my hair, and make a YouTube video and be on camera. Like I want to look nice. I want to look presentable. Um, so there's the idea of looking presentable. There's the idea of editing videos, filming videos, buying the expensive cameras and equipment, editing the videos, which editing is a long process. Reposting these videos to different social media platforms and editing the videos to fit the different social media platforms, because what I put on YouTube doesn't fit the TikTok format. So I have to rearrange the video, and when things don't work, I have to replan, readjust, and think, how can I make this work? Um, how can I make this video work for this platform? How can I make this post work for this platform? Because the thing is, in social media, algorithms are always changing. Algorithms change all the time for social media. Um, and what I mean by that is algorithms change for YouTube, for Instagram, for TikTok, for whatever social media to benefit the social media platform, obviously, so they get more money, and in a smaller part, so they're also beneficial to creators, usually bigger creators, usually not smaller creators, even though the companies may say, oh, we're changing the algorithm to help smaller creators. It's usually just to make the company more money and to help bigger creators, which will bring more people to the app. So social media companies as a whole generally don't care about you. They're a corporation. They don't care about you. Social media companies care about getting more money into their pockets and don't think social media companies care about you, because they don't. And it's really frustrating for us creators because the algorithm is always changing, meaning we always have to adjust our content. Like the content that I made 5 years ago is not the same content that I made 2 years ago. It's not the same content that I'm making this week, because the algorithm is always changing. So I have to change what I'm doing. Like for instance, the art videos that I would make on TikTok before would get so many views and likes, at least for me. Like they were never viral videos, but they were like getting decent number of views. But then the algorithm changed, and if I post those same types of videos, they'll get like 2 likes, 3 likes. So that's the thing. You always have to adapt. That's the thing about being a social media influencer and social media content creator, is you always have to adapt. You always have to be able to not get in your feelings and to just make content that suits the algorithm and that suits the social media company or corporation, because otherwise you're just going to be upset that you're getting less and less views and you're going to get depressed, and which happens to me too. It happens to a lot of creators, but you can't let that get to your heart, because then you'll have a broken heart from making content that no one is seeing because the algorithm changed. You just have to learn how to adapt, and that's one of the hardest things about being a social media influencer, is adapting. Like a lot of the social media influencers that are famous today won't be famous in 5 years because obviously pop culture trends change. People are interested in different styles and different music and different types of content. New types of content will exist in 5 years from now, but also the algorithms will change. They'll benefit certain types of content. Like I know, like for instance, like when I first got to TikTok, TikTok was an app that people were mainly using to dance. Like they were making some funny videos, but they were mainly using it to dance and do little quick dances that they learned in 15 minutes. But now with the TikTok videos that are more so famous are TikTok videos that are usually funny or TikTok videos where it's someone talking about something, about a situation. Like it's really interesting because that's what happened with art YouTube. When I was in middle school, eighth grade, art YouTube was a huge thing. There were so many famous content creators like Draw with Jazza, um, like Bailey J, and some other content creators drawing with waffles. And there were like dozens of channels that were super famous. And now, when you look at all of those channels now, if you go to their most recent video, it's a video about them talking about how their channel isn't doing well anymore, so they'll stop making content. Art YouTube died. Art YouTube died. It was a part of YouTube where people would make art tutorials where people would show their art process, and it was really famous. Like kids all around the world and young adults, even adults of different ages would tune in to watch these videos. But now only the top content creators that were making art then on YouTube are still around. Like draw with Jazza. Um he is one of the few art YouTubers that is still going. And there are some new art YouTubers that have come to the scene, but for the most part, art YouTube died. And the only art videos that I see on YouTube are YouTube art shorts, um, of someone not even doing something really creative or artistic. It's just something that like someone who's 9 years old will watch and will think is really fun and interesting. Whereas most people watching it would not be interested. So that's something that's really sad. Your industry is not going to be around forever. Like, for instance, superhero movies are really big today. Are superhero movies going to be really big in 20 years? Maybe not. Like, the superhero industry, the fad is dying. It may be reinvigorated soon, I don't know. But because there was so much production of superhero movies and they eventually started not being of high quality, people have stopped liking superhero movies. They're not really interested in seeing a lot of superhero movies. Like, for instance, Marvel Studios could make a movie about characters that no one had ever heard about before, and millions of, like, that film can make over $1 billion. Like Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know exactly how much money Guardians of the Galaxy made, but it made a lot of money. And those were characters that no one had ever heard of before. Obviously, there were comics about the Guardians of the Galaxy, but most Americans, most people around the world had never heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy. They weren't that popular. If you knew about comics, maybe you knew about them, but other than that, you probably had never heard of them. But people flocked to the theaters to see a movie about comic book characters they had never known, they had never heard about, because they just were into comic movies. They just were into that fad. But now it's died out to the point where today, if you made a movie about comic book characters that no one has ever heard about, no one's gonna go to the film. So people go through phases, communities and society go through phases, and it's the same with social media. Social media goes through phases. Like art YouTube is dead right now. Um, I remember there was a point in time where like makeup influencers were big on YouTube. I don't know if they're that big anymore. I was never into that side of YouTube, but I don't really see that type of content being recommended to me anymore. So I'm guessing it's not as big as it was before. Um, so that's the thing. You have to always learn to adapt. And it's the same with music. Like the artists that are still famous today are the artists that adapt. Taylor Swift. She was making country music. She then switched to pop music. Then switched to other music like folk music. She is so adaptable, which is why she's so famous today. And it's the same with Beyonce. Beyonce came out across in a girls group, and
in a group called Destiny's Child, which was making R&B music. She then soloed, became a solo artist, and made R&B music. She then made pop music, and then now she makes more so hip hop music, and it's just her own person that makes whatever she wants to make, to the point where it doesn't matter what she makes, people are still going to consume what she does. And it's the same with Taylor Swift. It doesn't matter what she makes, people are going to consume what she makes. And that's the thing about being a creator. You have to always adapt with the times, with the trends. Otherwise, no one is going to watch you. And that's why TV shows are famous for a certain period of time. TV shows tend to have 4 or 5 seasons, and then they fall off. Why? I mean, the writing tends to get bad, but besides the writing getting bad, people aren't interested in the same things 5 years from now than they were 5 years before, because trends in societies change. Um, so it's the same with painters. Like, if you look at painters at the beginning of their careers versus at the end of their careers, like Pablo Picasso or like Salvador Dali, like, it doesn't matter which artist like you're thinking about, which artist that you're talking about. Um, Most artists like produce vastly different art and totally different styles. Like, someone may start as a realism artist and then they'll eventually become a cartoon artist. Someone may be a surrealist painter and then they'll end up an impressionist, because you have to adapt with the times. Like, obviously you have to still do what you want to do, but you have to adapt with the times, because otherwise you're going to fall off, you're going to be forgotten, and people are not going to they're not going to vibe with your art, they're not going to vibe with your content, they're not going to vibe with your movies. So you have to learn how to adapt. So I've been learning how to adapt over the years. Like, a lot of times the content that I'm making isn't the content that I necessarily want to make. And that's sad. Like, I want to make content that I want to make, that I'm happy with, that I'm proud of, but sometimes I just have to make content that other people want to see, because if I'm just making content that caters to me, then no one is going to watch it. And then I'm going to be sad because no one watches the content that I make. So there are some trade-offs when being a social media influencer, which I'm learning. Um yeah, I've been realizing that. So, yeah, this painting took absolutely forever, and I'm just still surprised that I ever did a painting like that. It just so impressive to me that I ever would do something like that. I'm just really proud of myself. Which it's okay to be happy with work that you did. Sometimes you have to realize that you put in hard work and you did something that was impressive, and that's okay to acknowledge that. Um, yeah, so I have some exciting plans for the summer. I'm not going to announce what I'll be doing just for safety purposes, but I am incredibly excited. I'm super excited for. Oh, I just got a lot of followers on social media. Yay, that's so exciting. Yay! I may reach 10K soon. Yay! Okay. Anyways, wow, I wasn't expecting that. Oh my goodness. Let me not get my hopes up. I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, so my advice to you is try things. Even if you think that you will never be able to do something, try it. Because you never know. You never know how successful you'll be at something. Like, this is something that I think about all the time. How many sports could you have been really good at that you never tried? How many activities could you have been really good at that you never tried? You could have been the best actor in the world. You could have been the best skier in the world, the best lacrosse player in the world, but you never tried. Maybe because you never thought to, maybe because you thought it would be too hard. But there are so many things that you've never tried that you could have been excellent in, and that you still can be excellent in if you put in the effort and decide to try it for yourself. And that's one thing that I think about a lot. What are some things that I could have been really good at, or that I can be really good at that I never tried? A lot of times people think that if you don't try something when you're a child, it's too late to try it when you're an adult. Um, which isn't true. Like, there are some things that if you don't start when you're a child, you'll probably never be at the top of your game like a gymnast. Like, if you start gymnastics at 19 years old, it's pretty unlikely that you could ever go to the Olympics. Um, because your body is reaching the age where like you're getting old for the sport. But when it comes to things, um you can start most things after your years of adolescence and still be good at them and still even be at the top of your game. Like, I know there's a football player, a football. I can't believe I just said football for soccer. Wow, I'm being so influenced by internationals. There's a soccer player that became famous. He's like one of the best soccer players of all time. He became a professional soccer player after only playing for 4 months. Like, he started playing when he was an adult, and it's the same with like some other athletes. They only did their track and field event or their sport for a few months, and then they became professional. So you never know. You absolutely never know how good you could be at something. So just try it. And even if you try it and you're not good at it, if you enjoy it, still do it. Yeah. So I'm just looking at a post right now on Instagram about the B movie. Um I used to love the B movie as a kid. People in this generation, they rave, is that the word? They rag on the B movie. But it was this really interesting movie. Like, it's strange, this strange movie, but that was my childhood. I loved that movie. Um, I loved that movie, the B movie, because it makes you think about the circle of life and the food chain, and if one animal didn't exist or didn't do their job, how would that affect all other species? Like, bees are a crucial species, and if you think about it, if bees didn't do what they did, like, so much of the world would go to shambles. Something small like bees, like, you never know. You absolutely never know how things will be affected. So that's the movie is a lesson to us to not take things for granted and to realize that our life will be completely different if some things were to change. If some small things were to change. I'm curious to see how this Madam Web movie will end. I have to finish this voiceover first, which I still have quite a bit to do, but um, the movie is interesting, but I just don't. The script is a little bit out there, and then the acting is out there as well, which I could already tell from the trailer that the acting was very flat, which I don't usually notice acting in a movie. I usually think of it as being normal, like it's believable. So it's very rare for me to watch a movie and for the acting to not be believable to me. For me to actually notice that the acting isn't good. Um yeah. There's something that I was thinking about earlier today that I'm going to discuss. There are so many things that we rag on as a society, as individuals, that we won't try or we won't indulge in, we won't participate in because we think that they're cringy, like anime or country music or K-pop or there's certain other things. But the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of things that they say they don't like, a lot of genres or topics they say they don't like, they peop- they probably grew up liking or listening to or watching as a child. They just didn't realize that the things that they enjoyed growing up were from this genre or topic. And a huge example of this is country music. When I was a kid, I used to be like a lot of other kids in the United States who say, I like all music genres except for country. Country music is whack. I don't like country music. But then recently, like within the past like year or so, I realized that a lot of the music that I grew up listening to, a lot of the Christian music I grew up listening to was country music, and I grew up loving those songs. My alarm just went off. It's 12 in the morning. So a lot of the songs, Christian music that I've been listening to recently, is music that I grew up on, and a lot of those songs were country songs, um, or at least had country styles infused in the music. And it's the same with a lot of other songs. Like there's a song that I used to listen to growing up, like from a commercial. It's from a Pass It On commercial, um, which were these commercials that would air on TV that I would always see. If anyone has ever watched the Pass It On commercials, please comment below. But the song is called Angels Among Us, and it's by a band called Alabama. It goes, I believe there are angels among us, sent down to us from somewhere up above. They called to you and me. I may have gotten the lyrics a little bit wrong, but that's basically the song. And I grew up listening to that song, and I never thought of it as being a country song, but it's very much a country song. It's sung by a country band, and that's a lot of the music that I grew up listening to. I loved so many country songs growing up, but I always told people I didn't like country music because I didn't know the songs I was listening to were country songs. So that's a lesson in life for you. Like don't dismiss certain genres or television types of television series or books or just anything in life. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. When you haven't really given it, you haven't tried it, because there's a good chance that there are plenty of things that you like from that genre that you didn't even know were from that genre. And it's the same with anime. Growing up, I was the type of person that was like, oh, anime is cringy. But there were so many shows growing up that I watched that were anime shows that I didn't even know that were anime shows. Like there was a show that I watched growing up that's called The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. It's a show that was originally made in Japan. I growing up I had no idea that it was an anime show. I grew up watching it with my mom, and my mom and I loved it. I'm sure if you asked my mom if she liked anime, she would probably be like, "Oh, I haven't really watched anime." But we grew up loving that show, and there were so many other shows like Sonic X and plenty of other shows that I grew up watching that were anime shows that I grew up watching with my mom or my sister or my dad, and they were anime shows. Yeah, so yeah. So it's really really interesting. Don't ever just dismiss things because it's not cool based off society. Because you never know. You never know. And as human beings, we're just so judgmental. And it's important to realize that sometimes we should just sit back and take in what's going on and not be so hateful. And that's one thing that I'm trying to learn, because I've been judging a lot of things recently. I don't know why I've been so judgmental recently, but I have. Whoa, I'm seeing some cookies on Instagram, and they look so good. They look like snickerdoodle cookies, but they look so yummy. Um, yeah. I feel like recently my tastes have changed a lot. For instance, my tastes in
in television, my taste in movies have changed a lot because I've been experimenting a lot lately, and it's the same with music. Like I've been experimenting a lot with music over the past 2 years. Like growing up, I would have never listened to K-pop. I would have never listened to Bollywood music. Would have never willingly like put on country music. Um, but I've been realizing recently, um, I was recently I recently started liking Bollywood music around 2 years ago, just a little over 2 years ago, and it's the same with K-pop. I started liking K-pop around the same time. I don't really listen to much K-pop today, um, but the thing is, even if you can agree that you're not a huge fan of a genre, you can still find some music that you like within the genre, and yeah, as I said before, my tastes have been changing a lot recently. Like I've been really like the animals that I even like growing up my favorite animal was probably a lion, and then there were some other animals that I really liked growing up, like rainbow lorikeets and Tasmanian devils. But recently I've been liking some other animals that I never really thought too much about. Like I didn't know about tree kangaroos growing up. The tree kangaroo is one of my favorite animals right now. The same with red pandas. It's okay for your favorites to change, for your taste to change. I still love lions, but I'm starting to like other animals as well, and like certain TV shows that I never would have watched growing up. I'm really enjoying. Like I would never would have watched Suits growing up. Like a show about lawyers, that doesn't even sound interesting to me. Lawyers, that doesn't sound interesting at all to me. It wouldn't have sounded interesting to me. And it's the same with like The Resident. I didn't really watch doctor shows growing up, medical dramas. I think the only medical drama that I really watched growing up was The Good Doctor. I watched some of The Good Doctor growing up, like some of the first season, like when it first aired. I only watched a few episodes, but my family liked it. We would watch it together. But I was more so just a drama person. Like I grew up watching shows like Once Upon a Time. Then I watched a lot of sitcoms. I watched so many sitcoms growing up. Most of the shows that I watched growing up were sitcoms, and I don't really watch sitcoms today. So I've been watching a lot of dramas from different types of genres, like medical dramas, and I've been watching a lot of thrillers, lawyer TV shows, cop shows, um, and it's been really fun branching out, experimenting with my tastes and what I like and what I don't like and what I never would have considered, and my tastes have been changing so much. And it's okay for your taste to change. Um yeah, so I have exciting plans for this summer. Super super excited. I I am not going to share all the details, but I'll be traveling, which will be exciting, traveling 3 summers in a row to places that I've always wanted to visit. I'll be traveling to probably the two countries that I've wanted to visit the most in my life. And I am so excited. I'm so excited. So hopefully I'll be posting videos about it. I don't know. I haven't really been in the YouTube mood. Social media social media is a crazy thing and it's hard to grow, but either way, um just gotta continue
Doing what I gotta do. So yeah, it's 12 in the morning now. I'm not finished with filming. I just I'm seeing a post on Instagram saying that Wizards of Waverly Place is gonna have a sequel. Growing up, I didn't watch Wizards of Waverly Place that much. I wasn't allowed to watch it. But still, like the show is iconic, so it's exciting that the show is getting a sequel. And I don't know if I mean I think I'll definitely watch it if it's on, if it's like a family friendly show. I would love to check it out and see what the sequel is like. I started watching a few episodes a few years ago during the COVID pandemic, but I only watched like 3 or 4 episodes. I think I watched them in French too. I didn't even watch them in English. Because I would watch a lot of TV shows growing up in French. Like, not growing up, but like from ninth to 12th grade to practice my French, I would watch TV shows in French. So I watched like Casey Undercover. I watch almost every episode of Casey Undercover that I've watched has been in French. Um, I grew up watching, not grew up, but like I watched Ultimate Spider-Man in French. There were some shows that I would purposefully only watch in French. Ultimate Spider-Man, Casey Undercover. I would never watch those shows in English. Like I've never watched an episode of Ultimate Spider-Man in English, and I refuse because I need to practice these shows. I would watch Gargoyles in French sometimes. Gargoyles is one of my favorite shows of all time. I need to binge watch that show again. It just is so interesting. It's a comfort show. It's what, like, Elisa's voice is so comforting in the show, and like I just love her character. I love that she's half Native American, half Nigerian. I'm Nigerian, part Nigerian as well. I love her voice. I love her relationship with the gargoyle characters. Like I love the dynamics and how the drama develops over time, because for a lot of cartoons the dynamics between the characters don't change and they don't develop. Like if you're watching Phineas and Ferb, um well, I'm not going to use Phineas and Ferb as an example. If you're watching a lot of kids cartoon shows, they wear the same clothes every day. The dynamics between the characters don't change. Their family dynamics don't change. Like one of their parents isn't gonna have a baby. Like they're gonna remain the same age throughout the 5 seasons. But with Gargoyles, things change. Dynamics between the characters change. Characters grow. Lessons are learned, and that's what I really like about it. It's like you're watching a drama, like a drama that you would watch, like on ABC or on Fox, how the dynamics between the characters change and characters age. That's what it's like in Gargoyles. Like it's like you're watching a live action drama, which I really, really like. So yeah, so a lot is going on. A lot has been going on recently, and of I don't know about how much. Sorry, my stomach just grumbled. I don't know how much I want to talk about what's going on. I don't like talking about controversial situations. But there's like a lot going on, like in my country. There's a lot going on, like that will be going on in my country, and over the next few months. There's a lot going on overseas, like in a country that I visited this summer, like a nation that I visited this summer, New Caledonia. There's a lot of unrest going on right now, and one of the stores that I visited that was right next to the location that I was staying at was burned, like burned down to the ground. Like you can't enter it anymore. Like there's literally nothing there except like the structure of the building, but it's just completely charcoal black. Like the whole store was burned down because there's just so much unrest in the country, in the nation right now of New Caledonia. So I hope everything gets better in New Caledonia. I've been speaking to some friends that I made in New Caledonia about it. I was only there for a week, but I made some like some people that I still talk to. I made some friends, some people that I still talk to in New Caledonia. Um yeah, so It's really sad seeing like a place that I visited and that's so dear to my heart going through strife. Even though I wasn't there for that long, um, even though I wasn't there for that long, my heart, a big part of my heart is there, which is so interesting. You could only be in a country for a few days, and you can have a huge part of your heart still be in that country. Like, I was in Vanuatu for a long time. I was in Vanuatu for about a month, but my heart, a large part of my heart is in Vanuatu. I will always love that place. I will always love that country. Yeah. So, there's so much going on in the world right now, and sometimes we just have to take a step back and think about our current situation and what we can do to help, or what we think about situations. And so much going on at my university, so much going on in my country, so much going on back home in the state that I live in, so much going on abroad in countries that I visited, places that I haven't been to, and there's just so much news to talk about. Um, but I don't talk about much on this channel regarding like things going on in the world. Um, but there's so much going on, and I'm really scared to see what will happen to my country in the next few months, because I know there's going to be a lot of conflict, and I don't want there to be conflict in my country where I grew up. But it happens every few years. There's something going on, which happens every 4 years, and there's conflict. Um, yeah, so right now I am finishing this painting, and this painting took so long. The painting process took over 70 hours. The which is the longest an art piece that I've made has ever taken, at least that I've recorded. But I'm pretty sure that this is the most time I've ever spent on any art piece. So the painting process took over 70 hours, and then the planning process, like sketching it out of like what I was going to do, um, like I sketched out in my sketchbook like how each of these people would look and what I wanted to highlight in this piece. That took a long time. The research process, I read many research articles. It took a very long time. So this painting took a very long time. A very, very long time. A very, very long time. But it was definitely worth it. And my advice for you is, if you want to be a social media influencer, do it. Just do it. If you want to make content, just do it. Because now's your time. You never know if one video you make will change your life forever. You could potentially make a video and it could set you up for life. It's the same with, like, you could go on a singing competition and be famous for the rest of your life and have a stable income for the rest of your life for you and your family. Like, look at Jennifer Hudson. She went on a singing competition. She probably was thinking, who knows? Like, who knows if I'll even get past the audition? She didn't win the competition. She did well, but she didn't win. She's had so many hit songs. She's been in so many hit movies. She's been the star of her own movie. Now she has her own talk show. So you never know when that chance that you take will result to something. You absolutely never know.
So don't give up. Don't give up and try. Try, because you never know when something amazing will happen to you. And that's what I think about. I'm like, let me keep on making content, because I never know when that one video will change my life, when that one video will give me an opportunity that I didn't have before. And like posting on social media, I've had like so many like friendly messages. I've had so many videos do well, and it's provided me opportunities, even to the point where I have like a commission that I'm doing right now, which is like providing some good income for me. Um, you never know when something is gonna be beneficial towards you and to other people as well. Yeah, so it's just an interesting thing. So get you that check, get you that money, post a video on TikTok, go viral, be set for life, live in your mansion, do what you got to do. Which I'm not saying that's the point in life. The point in life is not to be rich and to live in a mansion and to be extremely wealthy. I never want to be extremely wealthy in my life. I don't want to have an abundance of wealth. Like, I don't like that. I don't like the concept of being super wealthy. I do want to be comfortable though. But what I'm saying is, like, you could be living a lot more comfortably than you're living now. But you're just too scared to make content. Like, I know so many friends like that who they could go viral on social media and make some income for themselves, but they just don't want to, which is okay. You don't have to if you don't want to. But but you don't have to if you don't want to, but try it. If you want to, try it. I'm almost done with the voiceover. I'm gonna have to clear some space out on my computer, because since this video is so long, I'm not gonna have space on my computer to publish this video. I think I hear someone rapping outside. I don't know who it is. Most people are gone from campus because the semester is ending, but I still have some classes left. Yeah. So I have some assignments left that I should be working on these assignments after I finish editing this video. Oh, it's gonna take a very. It's not. It's not a matter of the assignments taking a long time. It's just that I'm not interested in doing them. But that's okay. Sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do, and sometimes you have to do assignments that you're not really interested in doing, and that's life. That's life. Life is hard. Life is hard. Like, there are so many things I didn't want to do in life, and they actually ended up being beneficial towards me. Even if they weren't directly beneficial, like, they were indirectly beneficial towards me. Like, maybe skills that I learned in school, or maybe like athletic events that I did that I didn't want to do. They just built character in me. They built grit. They built strength in me. And I advise you to do things that you don't want to do sometimes, whether it's an assignment, whether it's something that your parent wants you to do that you're not super interested in doing. It's one thing if you hate doing something, but if you're just not interested in doing something, but for whatever reason, like, you're supposed to do it, try it out. It may benefit you, and you may even like it. You may like it. Yeah, so what if I make my own podcast? I don't want to make my own podcast. For some reason, I'm annoyed by the idea of podcasts. Like I see podcast content on YouTube. I see podcast content in social media on Instagram, but I'm not interested in making a podcast. I don't want people to hear me talk for hours and hours and hours on end like I'm doing in this video. I just think for whatever reason making podcasts is becoming really popular and everyone wants to have a podcast these days, but that's not me. Maybe that's what's gonna make me stand out from other people having a podcast, and that's what's gonna make me have my mark on society. I don't know, but as of right now, um, I don't want to have a podcast. I don't want to have a podcast. It's not what I'm interested in doing. But once again, I said try things you don't like. So maybe one day I'll have a podcast, I'll try it, and I'll like it. Like, for instance, I make a lot of vlogs on YouTube, and vlogs are one of the main things that I make. Never in my life did I ever think I would make a vlog. But for whatever reason, I had been wanting to make a vlog for a while. Like, for like a year, I had decided that I wanted to make a vlog of me going to school and waking up in the morning. But the thing is, every morning I would wake up, I would forget to start making the vlog. Like, the vlog was supposed to start as soon as I woke up, like at 6 in the morning, because that's when I had to get up for school. But I would always forget. But one day I shot out of the bed in the morning, like a year after I had this vlog idea. And I had remembered, I'm like, I'm going to make a vlog this morning. So I made the vlog, and it didn't do too well. It just did okay. So I did that vlog, which was a school vlog. Then I did my my last day of school vlog, and I did my prom vlog, and I did like my first few college vlogs, and I didn't like vlogging, so that was gonna be the end of my vlogs, my first few college vlogs, and then those vlogs did so well, they got so many views to the point where now vlogs are the main thing that I do. So even though I don't love vlogging, I like vlogging a lot more than I did before, and it's provided me a lot of opportunities and a lot of kind messages and I've connected with a lot of people through vlogging. Like, there are people on campus who know me because they've seen my YouTube videos, so they'll come up to me, they'll be like, hey, Yomi, I watch your YouTube videos. So there are some people that I have like good friendships with now that I know because they watch my YouTube videos. So you never know when something will benefit you. Like, you say, oh, I don't want to do this, I don't like doing this, but like, you may end up benefiting from it. And also, the people who watch my videos benefited from my videos as well. So I don't vlog that much right now. I haven't really been enjoying vlogging, and once again, I've been in a YouTube slump, and I've been busy doing other things. Like, making a YouTube video has felt like a chore for me recently. Like, I haven't been enjoying editing because, I haven't been doing too well in my videos, and it's okay, but so I haven't been vlogging as much. So, which is why I'm questioning the future of my channel, what I want to do and what I don't want to do, and it's okay to pivot. Being a social media influencer is all about pivoting, and you wrestle with how much of your life you want out there on social media. And I don't know how much of my life I want out there. I'm not quite too sure. Um yeah, so it's hard. It seems easy being a social media influencer, but it's hard. Even like if you put low effort into your videos and don't have to really try, like, you can still get a lot of hate, you can get bullied, you can experience a lot of pain. Like, people will comment mean stuff about me online, like about my appearance, about like my art, about anything about me. They'll like say mean things, they'll say racist things, they'll say stereotypical things, and I won't like those things, right? No one likes racist things or mean things being said about them, and I just delete the comments, right? But it's hard to hear that stuff.
It's really hard to hear that stuff, and that's one of the things you have to deal with when being a content creator, when being an influencer. But hey, it's part of their journey. So you have to realize if you actually want to go through their journey. It's hard. Wait, this video is longer than I thought. I thought I only had an hour left to record, but I have like 2 hours to record, so I'm definitely not going to finish this tonight. I'm so confused. Why did it say? Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so the video is not going to be 3 hours and 31 minutes long. The video is going to be about 4 hours and 33 minutes long. Oh my gosh. I still have more to do. So this video may not be done for tomorrow. This video may be done in like another 3 months. Who knows? So I'll try and continue talking for about 15 more minutes, and I'll take a break. And that break may be for 2 months. Who knows? But I'll try and finish today. I don't know. I don't know. I can talk for a long time because I'm so used to talking to myself a lot. Because like I'll practice like speaking to myself, like having debates with myself. I know that sounds weird, but I do that a lot. And I also, what else? Oh yeah, I also, when I was in high school, I would speak to myself a lot. I would talk to myself, like I would speak to myself in French and Spanish a lot to practice, which is one of the best ways to practice a language, in my opinion, is to just talk to yourself. If you talk to yourself for like an hour in a language just to practice your speaking will get so much better, to the point that my foreign language teachers would talk to me and they would be like, Yomi. They'd be like, Yomi. Or at least one of my foreign language teachers, she would be like, Yomi, you speak French so well. Like, are you like, do you speak French at home with your family? Like, does your family speak French at home? Are you a French native French speaker? And I would be like, no, I don't speak French at home. Like, it's just that my my speaking in French was so good because I always just practiced talking to myself for hours. I would make up sentences in my head and I would say them out loud and I would just have conversations with myself, which that may sound ridiculous, but it's really beneficial. It is very beneficial. So, yeah. Anyways, so a new X-Men series came out. Well, it's not new. It's like I think the X-Men series aired in the 90s or maybe the 80s, but it's a new season that came out in 2024. Um I just saw something about Mr. Mosby, who apparently passed away from like from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody and Sweet Life on Deck. His name was August Malanda. Oh, he's African? I didn't know that. Any what the anyways, I'm sorry to hear that he passed away. Um but basically there's a new season of of the X-Men show, which I watched the first season of the old series, but I haven't watched the other seasons. So I want to finish the series before I watch the new season that just came out like 2 or 3 decades after the first series. I don't know why they keep on doing that, making new like a new season of a show that ended like 20 years ago. Like just Why are you doing that? Just make a sequel series. And that's also something that's become really popular these days, making a sequel series of a show that ended 20 years ago. Like, why are you doing that? Wait, he didn't die. Mr. Mosby didn't die. I'm so confused. Oh, the person who died looks like Mr. Mosby, but isn't Mr. Mosby. Oh, okay. So the person that I saw that died isn't Mr. Mosby, but I'm still sad to hear that someone died. Um, yeah. So, anyways, I'm a huge X Men fan. I've talked about X Men a little bit. In this video, I mentioned Omar Sy, who was an X Men. Then I also mentioned Hugh Jackman, who was an X Men. But X Men movies, I will love watching those growing up. I used to watch X Men Evolution with my dad and my sister when I was growing up. And I also used to watch Wolverine and the X Men with my dad and sister growing up. And I used to watch I used to read X Men comics growing up. I have a few X Men comics with me here in college. I used to watch so much X Men growing up. Um, yeah, X Men was a huge part of my life growing up, and I love the messages that X Men has. Yeah, I used to read a lot of comics growing up in elementary school. Like, I remember I found a comic book in my mom's closet. It was Superman. I think Man of Tomorrow is the name of the comic. Wait, actually, let me double check that. I think it was Superman Man of Tomorrow. It was a comic that I think she had gotten from her sister, which my mom doesn't read comics. Um, was it Man of Tomorrow? No, it wasn't Superman Man of Tomorrow. That's something new. Um, Superman Tomorrow something. But it was the first comic that I ever read. And then I found out I loved it so much. And then I found out that my town had a comic book shop. I thought that comic books were something that only that people read in the movies. I didn't know that comic books actually existed. So I read that comic and I was like, wow, there's this comic in my mom's room. I didn't know comic books actually existed. So I read it, I loved it. I went to the comic book shop in my hometown and then I bought comics. I told the guys in my school, the boys in my school, that I was reading comics. And then all of the boys in my class started buying comics too and reading comics. So I started this fad in my class of people reading comic books, which is really interesting. How it's really interesting how little kids socialize and how one little kid liking something in the class can cause everyone else in the class to like it. Um, yeah, so I really, really loved comic books growing up. I would read a lot of Superman comics, a lot of Spider-Man and X-Men comics, Teen Titans. Power Pack was a comic book series that I used to love reading. I really hope that they make a Power Pack movie. Marvel was supposed to like make a Power Pack movie, but I don't know if it's still in a movie that they're planning on making and producing. Who knows? Um, who knows? But Power Pack was about these kids who got superpowers from a rainbow unicorn, and it was like this. It was the most random thing, but it was a comic book for kids, and I used to love the art. I used to love the comics, and it was fantastic. Um, yeah. So my love for comics, I love the X Men so much. Um, they should have more X Men TV shows. They only have a few, whereas there are so many like Spider-Man TV shows, which I also watched a few too. Make more X-Men TV series. Like I used to watch Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man growing up. I used to love that show. I watched Spider-Man. Was it Spider-Man 2099? I don't remember the show name of the show, but it was only one season, and it is a show where like Spider-Man lives in Japan and loves this Japanese girl, Japanese woman, and the show is pretty interesting. Um, yeah, but who knows? Who knows? Um, who knows? I'm scheduling breakfast with my friends tomorrow. Um, yeah, I've been wanting to try an acai bowl. I've never tried one before, and there's this place like in my college campus. Um, that has wait just a second. I'm texting someone. Um, I don't have any meal swipes left. Anyways, but I was in New Zealand and there was this place that had acai bowls. Like they had smoothies and acai bowls. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing the acai right, anyways. But the smoothie was so good. But I ordered an acai bowl and a smoothie, but they were out of acai bowls, so I couldn't even try it for the first time. Um, but the smoothie was so good. But hopefully I can try it tomorrow. Okay. Well, my friend maybe doesn't want to get an acai bowl. Anyways, I'll eventually get one. I may ask my other friend to get an acai bowl with me. Yeah. Anyways, who's your favorite superhero? Um, my favorite superhero is Spider Man, and I love the X Men as a whole, as a team. I feel like everyone has a favorite superhero, at least if you're in the United States. Not all countries have their own superheroes, um, but superheroes are a big thing in the United States. Um, like India just had one of their first superhero movies. I watched it actually. I forget the name of it. It's the only Bollywood movie I've ever watched, but it was the most expensive Bollywood movie ever made, and it was interesting to say the least. Interesting it was. Um, Let me actually look up the name of the movie. I don't remember the name. I'm gonna look it up. Most expensive Bollywood movie ever made. The most expensive Bollywood movie ever made. The most expensive Bollywood movie ever made. Oh, it's not the most expensive movie ever made. Let's see. It's the fourth most expensive Bollywood movie ever made. Oh, it's because two films have been made since. Two more expensive films have been made since then. Or I think it is the most expensive Bollywood movie ever made. It was until a new movie came out. But there are like Bollywood the Bollywood movie industry is just one movie industry in India. Like Bollywood movies are Hindi language films. But Yeah, Bollywood movies are Hindi language films, but India has hundreds of languages. So like the Telugu movie industry is a different movie industry. Those aren't Bollywood films. Same with Tamil um, movie industry. But Brahmastra was the most expensive Bollywood movie ever made till recently, and it stars Alia Bhatt um and it's really interesting. I think they're supposed to make a second one. I don't know if they're gonna make one. Let me see. Has anyone else watched this movie? Yeah, two sequels are being developed, which should be released in 2026 and 2027. Um, my favorite movies are, well, I guess maybe they're changing, but I love Black Panther, and I actually have to rewatch the second one. But I've watched Black Panther so many times, and my mom loves that movie, and I also love Avatar. I've watched Avatar like three times in like four times in English, and Avatar the movie with the blue people. I've watched that movie like four times in English, and I've watched it like five times in French. And I love that film. It's one of my favorite films of all time. Um, and I like the second one too. I watched it in theaters. I don't go to theaters that often. Usually only for my birthday will I go to the movie theater. Um, yeah, because going to the theaters is not a necessity. It's something that you do when you have an expendable income. And growing up, I didn't have much of an expendable income, but now like since like I'm in college and I work and I have a job, like I can afford to go to the movies on my own, but I just don't choose to. Because growing up, if you don't have an expendable income, even when you do have an expendable income, you don't choose to utilize that expendable income. Like there's so many things that I could do that I have the money to do now. Like I could go shopping and buy whatever, like buy clothes that I want. I can go to the movies. I can just buy a lot of snacks, but I don't do that because that's not something I did growing up. So I'm very frugal with my money, which is really interesting. Even though now I have the money to do things, I don't do these things. I don't know why. I just don't do them. I mean, I do know why, but it's something that's really interesting. Um, yeah, life is life. Life is life. I finished recording right now. Like right now, I've passed the limit of what I was going to record today. 3 hours and 31 minutes. That's how much I thought I was going to record. But unfortunately, I still have more to record. But I think I'm going to take a break now and chill on Instagram and then finish watching Madam Web, and then I'll come back and record some more. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Who knows? Okay. So I'm going to stop recording for now and I'm going to come back. I'm almost done recording. I just have like a little over, like an hour and a minute left. Um, I really want an acai bowl. I'm going to text my other friend and see if he wants to get one with me tomorrow. He's probably going to say no. Let's see. Hey, let's see if he responds. If not, I'll just um I'll just get the bowl by myself. It's okay. Oh, the person who I just mailed the remember how today I said it's the first time I've ever mailed anything? The person just sent me an email asking if I like lit a candle because I mailed the first thing that I ever mailed today. I sent him the package and I told him this is the first thing that I've ever mailed, and he said, "Wow, that's interesting." Like he was so shocked. Um, but the funny thing is, I have to mail like three other things this week to three separate locations that have nothing to do with each other. So I'll be mailing like four packages this week for the first time in my life. It's so funny, so funny. I'm proud of myself though. Okay, so I'm going to take a break now and finish watching Madam Web. Yeehaw! Okay, let me stop recording.
Yay, so I'm back. I think this is the first time that I said I'm gonna take a break and then I actually came back right after. So I ate a sandwich. Not only did I eat a sandwich, I actually the only thing I did was eat a sandwich. Oh, I watched a little bit of Madam Web, but the movie, oh my gosh. Who made this movie? I was excited for this movie for so long, only for it to be such a letdown. I really, really, really was excited for the Spider-Man universe to take place with Kraven the Hunter and Madam Web, and they had a few other Spider-Man movies that were supposed to take place, but it's just the movies aren't good. So I wonder if Kraven the Hunter will be good. I like Kraven the Hunter. He was in Spectacular Spider-Man, so we shall see. Remember, I'm a huge comic book fan. I'm not as big of a comic book fan now. Like a lot of the comic book lore that I know is from the comic book lore that I learned growing up. I don't like actively like search up things about comics. I don't actively read comics anymore, but I used to love reading comics. It was amazing. Reading comics is so fun. Um yeah, reading comics is so fun. Um I remember I told you that I'm can you hear me typing? Remember that I told you that I'm drawing cartoon characters from around the world. Right now I'm searching for some more cartoon characters to draw. I don't know who else to draw cuz I feel like I've drawn most like cartoon characters from most like of the countries that are big in animation and that have famous cartoon characters, because now I'll be drawing cartoon characters that a lot of people don't know. Like for instance, even though I'm not from the UK, I know Paddington Bear, and even though a lot of people aren't from the UK, they'll still know Paddington Bear. And I've already drawn characters from countries where people know these characters. Whereas if I draw a cartoon character from India, like maybe only people in India would know that character. So I'm trying to find characters that are popular around the world that are from specific countries, but this is kind of hard. Um, anyways, that's neither here nor there, I guess. I really wanted acai bowl. My second friend didn't respond, saying if he wants to get breakfast with me. We shall see. We shall see. Since I'm traveling this summer, I've been busy buying travel insurance and buying flights and trying to find an Airbnb where I can stay, because the Airbnbs are not working out. Like either the host isn't responding to me or the Airbnb person is like either the host isn't responding Or like I know one Airbnb I booked for 2 nights, and then the person responded saying, "Hey, we only allow bookings of 5 nights or more." Like, why wasn't that included in the description? That's like a waste of my time. It's okay though. At least they told me like now, as opposed to like when the booking is for. Like, imagine they told me the day before. Then there was another booking that I did. This booking was on Booking.com, and the booking I have to pay like an $800 deposit. Like, let's say I pay um I'm only staying there for a few nights, so I would pay like $400 in total for my stay, right? $400 in total, which is not bad at all. Actually, it's kind of pricey. It's kind of pricey. But this is like my vacation, like the place that I'll be vacationing in for like a week. The rest of the summer, I'll be traveling for academic purposes. But for a week, I'll be on vacation. So I'm like, I could spend a little bit more then. So I'll be spending like, I would have been spending $400 to stay in that place for like 4 nights, right? And the way that Booking.com does it is some locations that you stay at will say you don't have to pay until you get to the booking. So I can book 5 months in advance, and then like the day before I can decide to cancel, and I didn't have to pay for anything, right? So that's what this booking was like. It was like you don't have to pay upon confirmation, you just have to pay it when you arrive. So the price was $400, right? So I was expecting to pay $400 when I get to the location, but guess what? They sent an email, the company, saying you need to pay an $800 USD deposit. Like, why would I pay an 800? Like, that will be returned to you once you arrive, and then pay the fee. Like, why would you say that I don't have to pay for the booking? Why would you say that I don't have to pay for the booking until I arrive if you're gonna make me pay a deposit? Not only that, the deposit is $800 when I'm only paying $400 for the place. Like, I don't have that much extra money to be giving $800 until I arrive to the location I'm supposed to be staying at. So I had to cancel that booking. It's like, that's such a poor business policy. Like, why would I pay a deposit for this place that's more than the actual price I'm paying? Even though they're going to return the money to me. Like, I can't just have $800 out of my bank account for months on end. That's only going to be returned to me months later. That's ridiculous. So I canceled that booking and I chose another place. So it's been really difficult for me to find a booking location to stay in, like a place to stay in, not from Booking.com, but just it's been difficult for me to find a place to stay in. But yeah, life has been interesting. I'm getting sleepy, but I still have a lot of recording to do. I cleared up some space on my computer so I could save this. I still need to clear up more space. Maybe I could actually do that right now. Clear up some more storage. Yeah, I don't know. Like, my computer comes with a lot of storage. Um, but despite it coming with a lot of storage, it's still not enough. Wow, this is a lot of footage. Wow, this is interesting. I'm trying to find which videos I should delete, and I'm not sure. Um this is difficult whenever I have to clear up storage. I never know what to delete. Do you have that problem too? I feel like a lot of people have this problem. There are some big files that I have that I definitely could delete, but I don't want to because I like these files. Wow. Yeah. So, I don't have any huge art projects that I'm working on now besides like for finals, Like, I finished all my paintings for my painting class. I just have to meet with my professor to discuss the paintings I've done over the semester. And I'm not working on any huge independent projects. Like, the Olympics is coming up. So, one thing I did for the 2020 Olympics, which was actually in 2021, one thing I did for the 2020 Olympics was I drew some famous Olympians, and posted them on social media, and that was a huge part of my summer. So I plan to do that this summer too. I'm going to be really busy this summer with academics abroad. So I'm going to have to draw a lot of those Olympians before I travel because I probably won't have time to draw them there. Um, but I may bring my drawing tablet as well so that I can work on this art. My drawing tablet is bulky though, which is kind of annoying. Um, yeah, it's kind of frustrating. But well, wait, what was I just talking about? I completely forgot. Um, oh, yeah, so I don't know who I'm gonna draw. If you know of any Olympians I should draw, let me know. I'm thinking because I don't know who's gonna be in the Olympics this summer because people are still going through the Olympic trials. Like obviously, like I would love to draw Simone Biles and there's a Manuel as well. I don't know if she's gonna be in the Olympics this time around. Let's see. Let's check the news. Um, let's see. We shall see if she's going to be in the Olympics. I'm not sure. But there are a lot of really cool Olympians that I would love to draw and that I would love to see succeed. I have always been interested in the Summer Olympics ever since I was a kid, but the issue was that in the Summer like Olympics, it's always at the end of the summer. So it's right when like the fall semester starts for school, at least in the United States. So right when the Summer Olympics like begins is when school time would start for me growing up. So the Olympics would always go on while I was in school. So I would come from school and I would watch a few like races or like events from the Olympics, but for the most part I couldn't watch, which was sad for me. I couldn't watch because I was in school. So thankfully, I'm not in school. Like I'm not in grade school anymore. I'm in college, and college break is longer. And my college break, at least in the Northeast, we don't go to in the Northeast of the United States. Our college break is until the beginning of September, so I can watch the full of the Olympics. But the thing is, I'll be traveling abroad during this Olympics, so I also don't know how much I'm gonna be able to watch. So I'm thinking of getting an ESPN subscription just for the summer to watch the events. But I just realized that, wait, that's crazy. I just realized because streaming services work differently in different countries. For instance, when I was in Fiji, I couldn't watch Disney Plus in Fiji, even though I had a Disney Plus subscription. Um, and I wonder, like, for instance, there are like some entertainment channels that I would love to watch here in the US, but whenever I click on the website and click on a video, it says, oh, this video is not available in your location. You can only watch it in New Zealand or you can only watch it in Australia. And I wonder if it's going to be this same way. Um, if it's going to be this same way when I travel abroad. Will I be able to watch ESPN even if I have a subscription when I'm abroad? I don't know if I'll be able to, but I hope I can because I love the Olympics. It's like it's my joy. I love watching the Olympics. It's so beautiful. And I get to see so many cool sports that I never get to see, like whether it be like equestrian sports or um like rugby. There's just so many cool sports that I don't get to see that I get to see during the Olympics. And I wish the Olympics had more sports, but I guess it'd be too chaotic and it'd be too hard to watch all of them. But there are so many sports that aren't in the Olympics, and then so many interesting sports that are in the Olympics. Like breakdancing will make its debut this Olympics, which is so interesting to me. Like breakdancing, I feel like a lot of people have never really thought of breakdancing as being a sport, so it's interesting to see breakdancing in the Olympics. Um, yeah, who knows which sports will be in the Olympics in the future. There are so many cool sports that are not included, and it's really cool that the Olympics will be in France this summer, in Paris, the Paris Olympics. But the interesting thing about the Paris Olympics is not all of the events are in Paris. Like some of the sporting events are in Marseille or in other cities all across France that aren't even near Paris. Um, like Marseille is a 3 hour train ride from Paris, and there are some events in Marseille. Um, and it's the same with like I was yeah, and the Olympics like has recently included surfing, and I was like, wow, there's gonna be surfing in Paris. But even though it's the Paris Olympics in France, the surfing events are gonna take place in Tahiti, which Tahiti is part of France. It's part of overseas France. It's like basically like a territory, overseas France in the Pacific Islands in Polynesia, but it's still not in the mainland. So the surfing events in the Paris Olympics won't take place in Paris. It'll take place in Tahiti, which is miles away from mainland France. Yeah, so really, really interesting. Paris has always seemed like such a cool place to me. I've learned about it since for like the past for the past 7 years. I've been learning about France and French society and the politics of France, and because I took French for so many years in high school, and you just learn about the politics of France and the francophone world, but then I never visited France. So I one day like I really hope to visit France, and I think that's one of my dreams to go to France, go to Paris, experience the culture. I think it would be really cool. So it'll be super exciting. It'll be super exciting. I've also always wanted to go to Morocco, France, Mexico. Those are the main countries that I've always wanted to go to. Um, Most other countries I've been impartial to. Like I want to go to. I feel like most countries in the world, but those are the main ones I've always wanted to visit. Morocco, France, and Mexico. Colombia is also pretty high up in there. Um, where else? China, kind of China. Um, yeah, there's so many places I want to go. Okay, so this painting is coming along. You can see the final stages of the painting. It's still sped up, of course, but it's a lot slower than in my video that's 30 minutes of me explaining the painting. In this video, I didn't want to explain the painting too much because I felt like people would get bored just hearing my research process and all of the meaning. I could do a video explaining the full meaning of the piece and just the in-depth details of this painting, but maybe that's for another time. This is a huge painting, so I can continue posting about this for a while because this isn't the type of painting that you do in 2 hours and you forget about and people forget about. This is the type of painting that
you'll think about for the rest of your life because it's so big. I mean, I'll think about for the rest of my life because it's so big. Um, yeah, excuse me, my throat. Yeah. So, whoa, one thing that I would love to talk about. I don't know if I talked about this already because I'm forgetting what I've talked about in this video since I've been making this video for like 5 months, since I keep on taking long breaks. Um, what I'm interested in is celebrity worship. Like, people worship celebrities, people they don't know, people who will never care about them. And I'm not hating on celebrities or people who worship celebrities, but I think to me it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would I worship someone who I don't know, who is a human being? Like, we're all on the same level. We're all human beings. Even though we view each other as being on different levels, we're all human beings. Whether you're the king, the queen of England, or whether you're like really poor and if you're homeless, like, we're all human beings, and I think that we should all treat each other with respect. And I don't like it when people put other people on a pedestal and worship them. Like, I think it's lame, and I think it's you should not worship other people. They're human beings, just like we're human beings. There's absolutely no reason, not one reason, to worship another human being who's just like you. Like, I don't obsess over other human beings. Like, I think that's really strange, obsessing over someone you don't know, someone who will never know you, someone who doesn't know your favorite color, your birthday, who doesn't know what you like, who doesn't know the shows you like, who doesn't know your personality, and then you're just so obsessed with them. I think it's really sad, and I don't want people to ever obsess over me. I know I'm like growing as an influencer, but I don't want people to obsess over me. I'm just a regular person. I'm just like you. I'm Joe Smo, the neighbor down the road. I don't want people to obsess over me. Just like I don't want to obsess over other people. We are all human beings. We are all important and we all matter. And there's no reason to obsess over people that we don't know. It's a little scary. Wait, is it wow, that is sorry, I'm looking at movies that I want to watch. One movie that I've been watching, let me go to Prime, Amazon Prime, to see what the movie's called. One movie that I've been watching is called I'm trying to see. High Ground. It's a movie about like the relationships and between like some Australian Aboriginal peoples and white settlers in Australia, and it's very interesting. And I just love watching movies about like Australian Aboriginal culture and showcasing these communities. They're hard to watch because obviously most of these movies are produced, directed, made in Australia with an Australian cast. So like it's harder to access an Australian cast. It's hard to access like an Australian movie in the US. Just like it's harder to access a Korean movie in the US because like those will be on Korean streaming services more than likely. So it's hard for me to watch a lot of the Australian films that I want to watch, but I end up being able to watch some of them. Like I watched Rabbit Proof Fences, I think the movie's called, and that movie is absolutely fantastic. And it really makes you think. Um
then I also started rewatching Jacob Tutu. It's a television show I watched when I was a kid, and it's on Amazon Prime, and one of my favorite shows from my childhood. I just love the art. I love the creativity in the show and the characters. I think art really makes or breaks a show. Um, like Jacob Tutu had some of the best art that I had ever seen when I was a kid. Some of the best um cartoon series art, like art that's creative and really cool, gets kids to watch shows. I know like people think kids are like stupid and aren't very smart and don't think about these things, but kids subconsciously like really do love shows that have great art design. Um like there were some shows that I didn't like watching growing up because I didn't like the art. Um like I'm thinking of one show in particular that I didn't like growing up because I didn't like the way the characters looked. And I'm not gonna name the show because I'm not trying to be a hater. Um, but there were some shows that I didn't quite like. One of my favorite shows as well is That's So Raven from the Disney Channel. I used to watch it a little bit growing up. I wasn't allowed to watch it though, but I would watch it every once in a while. And they had a sequel, Raven's Home, which I watched a few episodes of, and it's a cute show. And now they're trying to make a sequel, like a spin-off of Raven's Home, which I think is interesting. So, but I think Raven Simone, like, or Raven Simone is how she pronounced her name actually. But I think her show, like her character in the show, is just so funny. It's like watching That's So Raven reminds me of watching I Love Lucy, which is another show I grew watching up. Well, which is another show I watched growing up. I watched I Love Lucy all the time. I used to love watching I Love Lucy. Um, and um, That's So Raven is like I Love Lucy. Like it reminds me of Lucille Ball's humor, and it's really, really fun to watch. Yeah. So there are. Oh, one of the one movie I remember I told you there's no movies that I'm excited for. The one movie that I may be sort of excited for is Wicked. Like I remember growing up, like people talking about the play a lot on Broadway, and it was really popular. Like when I was in elementary school. Um, yeah, but it seems interesting. Like from the trailer, I'm not too hooked. I've been excited for the movie for a while. I'm not super excited, but just like waiting to see what the trailer would look like and wanting to know what the movie would be like. I've never watched the play, um, but the trailer to me isn't doesn't look that good. But I've always loved Oz. Like there's a cartoon show I grew up watching. I think I talked about it called The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, an anime show. I used to love that show. Oz the Great and Powerful. I love that movie. Oh, maybe I'll watch that tonight if I'm not too tired. Hmm. Okay. So I'm thinking, yeah, like The Wizard of Oz like had a huge part in my childhood. Like I read the book, I read some of the sequels, There was there was one book that I haven't thought about in like a decade that I read growing up. Let me see if I can find it. Um, um, Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. This is upsetting. I'm looking for it. Oh, I think it was an imp. I think that was the character. Hmm. But I can't find the book. Okay, let's see. Imps are invisible creatures that serve the most skillful witches in Oz. But I don't see which book that the imp was in. Then there was also a graphic novel I read growing up that was gory, and it was like a version of The Wizard of Oz. You know, everyone wants to make dark versions of fairy tales. Um, okay, I'm gonna look and see if I can find online Oz the Great and Powerful. It's a Disney production. Um, I don't know if if it's on Disney Plus. Like Disney Plus said that they wanted to have every single Disney production ever produced on Disney Plus. That was the whole goal. But then they started taking stuff off of it. Like because of money. Like they just wanted to, I don't know. Like Disney Plus wanted to cut back on costs, so they took away shows that people weren't watching. Like they took away Runaways, which was one of my favorite shows, and I was so upset to hear that. Um okay. So, oh, and growing up I used to watch The Wiz. It has such great songs. Ease on down, down the road. Carry nothing, we won't ease on down. We won't ease on down the road. With Michael Jackson and Diana Ross. I used to love that. Why is that's weird? In recent additions to Disney Plus, they have games, WNBA games on Disney Plus. That's really interesting. I've never Disney Plus. I've never. I don't think they've ever had sports content on here, like game replayed. I'm so confused. But I feel like a lot of people would watch that because the WNBA isn't like highly televised, and with Caitlin Clark, like the WNBA may become more popular. So we'll see. Um, okay. So Osgood and Powerful is not on Disney Plus, which it's a Disney movie, so I don't know why it's not on there. Oz the Great and Powerful. I think it's a Disney movie. It has James Franco. Maybe I just assumed it was a Disney movie because I don't even know. Maybe it's not. Wait, it says it's made by Buena Vista Pay Television. Maybe it's not a Disney movie. Oz the Great and Powerful. Let's see. It is made by Disney. Why is it not on Disney Plus? This is so frustrating. Let's see. Did it do well in theaters? It did pretty well in theaters. I always loved this film. Um, it stars Mila Kunis, which I think she was also in Jupiter Ascending, which I also really liked. Jupiter Ascending, which that movie flopped in theaters, I'm pretty sure, but just because the film flopped in theaters doesn't mean it's not interesting. It doesn't mean it's not good. But yeah, so there are so many movies and books that are based off The Wizard of Oz that are just amazing. It's one of those series. Oz is one of those like franchises that people will make as many spin-offs they can based off of. So I think you should definitely check out The Wonderful Wizard of Oz anime TV series. It was from literally my childhood. And the theme song is so amazing too. Um yeah. It's so interesting how a lot of the TV series I grew up watching were made in Canada, were made in France, were made in different places and were dubbed into English. And growing up, I never noticed that these shows weren't originally in English. I just thought they were like American USA TV series, but I guess you never know. Sometimes you never know. Um, yeah, my throat hurts. My throat has been hurting for about a month. And I went to the doctor and yesterday and she said everything is probably okay. She said maybe it's allergies. But my throat isn't itchy, it's just scratchy. But now it especially hurts since I've been talking for almost 2 hours nonstop. Well, I stopped, but yeah. I wonder where influencing will take me. Like some people post a cute little video on TikTok of them just singing, like lip syncing to a song, and then they end up being a singer, rapper in movies, television shows. Like that's the thing about influencing. You never know where it's gonna take you. It could take you nowhere, but it could take you anywhere. You could become a model. You could become an actor, a singer, a rapper. You could become anything. So I wonder how far influencing will take me. I don't know, and um, I really I really really hope that I can have some cool success from influencing because it's been a huge part of my life since I was in eighth grade. Like just making YouTube videos. Um, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Okay. So I'm curious, curious as to where social media will be in the next few centuries, the next few decades, next few years, because social media goes through phases where certain things are popular. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Social media goes through phases where certain things are popular. Um, Like MySpace was once upon a time popular. Now it's not. I remember when I was in elementary school, kids in my class would go on Uvu, and like it was basically like Skype. And people also used to use Skype. Wait, does Uvu still exist? Let's see. I never used it. It was a video chat and messaging app, so it doesn't exist anymore. Um, Skype. I don't even know if Skype still exists. Um, it does still exist, which is it says as of February 2023, it was used by 36 million people each day, which is still a lot of people. But it's interesting because people only used to use Skype, but then Zoom became very popular during the COVID pandemic. I remember when I would take online classes, I would use Zoom. This was before the pandemic started. And Zoom was not popular at that time. Like my online school used it, but I had never heard of anyone else using Zoom. But Zoom became super, super, super popular during the COVID pandemic. Now everyone knows of Zoom. Every single person. Not every single person, but a lot of people know about Zoom. I should read a novel this summer. I don't know which one. If you have any novel suggestions, let me know and maybe I'll check it out. Um, we shall see. Um, I like all types of novels. I used to read so much as a kid. I don't read much now. Like I read for school. I read a lot for school, for university. But I don't like read for fun that often. So I should read something good. One of my favorite books of all time is Le Petit Prince. It's a children's book written by Antoine Saint-Exupéry, a French author, and it's one of my favorite books of all time. It's very like it has a lot of meaning to it, and it's one of the most translated books of all time as well. Like as opposed to like the Bible, not as opposed to, but like the Bible is the most translated book of all time. But Le Petit Prince is also translated into like a lot of different languages as well. It's like a novella. It's a short, short book. Mm. I just read on Wikipedia now that Le Petit Prince, Prince, one of my favorite books, was banned for a certain period of time of French's history. Let me see. Why was The Little Prince banned? Because he was exiled by the French government, the author. Why was he exiled? Why was Antoine Saint Exupéry exiled? Wait, this is so interesting. Why was he exiled? I could never imagine being exiled from my country. He was born in France. He was born in Lyon. Let's see. Disappearance. Oh, I think it has to do with World War II stuff, why he was banned. Oh, he disappeared in like a plane crash. Oh, That's really sad. It reminds me of John Denver. Growing up, I used to love John Denver's music. Like my music teacher, she introduced us to John Denver. Like we would listen to his music in class, like Country Road, Country Road Take Me Home, Grandma's Feather Bed, Sunshine on My Shoulders, and we would sing them in class. And I loved um, John Denver's music. But he died in a plane crash as well. Yeah, it was really sad. Like tragic accidents like that are always really sad. Um, yeah, I'll always remember. Um, I'll always remember learning about like John Denver and his music. He's another artist that made country music. Like not all of his music was country, but there were many of his songs that had country influences. And growing up, um, like I didn't know his songs had country influences. So broaden your horizons. Just because you think you're not gonna like something doesn't mean you're not gonna like it. Because chances are you already like it. I'm looking on Antoine Saint-Exupéry's page to see what other books he's written. L'Aviateur, The Aviator. I wonder if that's what the film The Aviator is based on. I don't think it is. Let's see. Aviator. Doesn't look like it. Yeah. What are some of your favorite books or movies or television shows that you really enjoy and you really liked growing up? As I said before, the Geronimo Stilton books um, were some of my favorite books. I love the Missing Book series. Oh, the Missing Books were so amazing. Um, it was a series of books about like missing children who went missing throughout history, and there was a series. I mean, there was a in the book series, these children who went missing throughout history were all found together, like on this like mysterious plane or something like that, like for this greater mystery. So it was like actual real children who have gone missing throughout history, like famous children that no one knew what happened to them. And the book like makes a fantasy story about where these children went and how they all like went go on this journey together. Children that had been lost in history throughout different periods of time. Um, yeah, yeah. So the it's like definitely one of the more interesting books that I've read. Another really interesting book that like I will never forget is a book called The Magic Half, and I think basically the premise of the book was this girl in her house. I think there's a secret passageway, but anyways, she time traveled to the Great Depression, and meets this cool friend, um, which is really interesting because growing up, I was obsessed with the Great Depression. I was absolutely obsessed with learning about the Great Depression. It was so interesting to me, and we learned about it so much. I don't know why we learned so much about the Great Depression growing up. I don't even know. Um, but anyways, the Magic Half was like one of my favorite books growing up. My parents bought me so many books growing up. Like I have hundreds of books in my bedroom. Um, so many books in my bedroom. Um, and I would read so many books each year, and I don't read that much anymore, which is sad, but I used to love reading, for sure, for sure. We're reaching the end of the video, so I talked for 2 hours today. Another book that I'm looking at books I used to read. Another book that I will always remember is Frindle. It's about this boy who comes up with the word for a pen. He changes, like he calls it a friendle, and it's about how words can essentially come out of nowhere and become popular. So his use of the word spread around the United States and around the world, and it was eventually put in the dictionary. So it's a fictional story about a kid coming up with like a word for something and then it becoming widespread. And it's like one of the most interesting books that I've ever read, and I'll always remember that book. Um, okay, let's see. How much time do I have left? I still have like 10 minutes of talking to do. So I'm going to talk about some other books that I read that were influential. Wow. I'm looking at some books that I read, and a lot of these books I don't even remember what the books were about. The Familiars, I remember that book. Tuesdays at the Castle, I remember the cover, but I don't really remember what the book was about. Attack of the Fluffy Bunnies, I remember that book. Aliens on Vacation, I remember that book. Because basically, every year in Florida, there is this, it still exists, but there's this, like book, there's just like, I don't know, this place that publishes a list of 15 books for elementary school and then 15 books for middle school, and like they're books that I guess like are really good, and like I would read like every year, like it's a new list of 15 books for kids to read, and I would read these books every year like during the summer before school even started. I would read all of the books before the school year started, 15 books every summer. And basically there would be a competition at the end of the school year where you go based off book knowledge. Like they would ask you questions about things that happened in the book, and you would answer them. You would answer these questions, um, and I was on this team. Like it was called the Battle of the Books, the competition, where you would like where you would have this competition based off the books you read, and I was on the team my fourth and fifth grade year. So those books were always really memorable for me because I would read those 15 books really quickly during the summer, and then you'd be tested on them. Yeah. So there were some really interesting books. Oh wow, I forgot about these books. I'm looking up like the list of the books, and it's insane. I forgot about these books. Also, an interesting book that I'll always remember is Wonder. I read that book in third grade. I've read it twice actually. There are very few books that I've read twice, and that book, Wonder, is one of the few. Like I read Charlie and the Chocolate Factory twice. Um, there are a few books that I read twice, but I haven't read many twice. Nerds, I also like used to love those books. It's about like these spies who these kids who were spies, and Oh man. Wow, my childhood. My childhood was great. Now that I think, look back on all these books I read, my childhood was reading. That was my whole childhood. Um, Nerd Camp. I read that book, but I don't really remember it. It's crazy how you can read a whole book, spend weeks reading a book, and like you don't even remember what it was about. But for me, I would read books in like a day or two, which kind of makes sense why I would forget the premise of the book. Another really good book I read, it's like one of the last books that I've read for pleasure, was a book called Marie Antoinette. No, Madame Tussaud. It's a book about Madame Tussaud. I don't remember the name of it. Madame Tussaud book. It's a really good book. Madame Tussaud, a novel of the French Revolution. I really enjoyed reading that book. The author did a great job. It's a big book, and it's about the person who made the wax figures. I've actually never been to Madame Tussaud Museum, but hopefully one day I will go. One day. Um, wow. This is gonna make me cry looking at all these books I used to read. Oh, it's making me emotional. I haven't thought of these books in so long. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I can't cry. I can't cry. I can't cry. This is so emotional for me. Okay. How much time do I have left to record? I have like 4 minutes, 5 minutes left. Um, Growing up, I used to read everything from like nonfiction. Oh, my throat really hurts. I used to read everything from nonfictions like biographies, to why is Siri? Okay. Anyways, I used to read everything from Siri keeps on turning on. I used to read everything um from nonfiction to like fantasy to crime to like all different types of books. Wow, I forgot about these books. This is crazy. Life was so good here. Life was good. Life could be a dream. Ba-na-na-na-na, paradise up above. Ba-na-na-na-na, life could be a dream. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Oh, I found a list of all these books I used to read. Wow, I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole, like looking at all these books I used to read. Um, I think reading is so important. I think reading is the key to success for kids. Like all kids. All kids should read. Every last one of them. Like, um, so I was talking for a bit, but it stopped recording during the last minute of what I was saying. I don't know why. But yeah, books are so important for kids to read. I think it cut off the whole conversation when I was talking about that, but Every kid, every kid, every last one of them should read books. It really will um, change your perspective on life, and young kids should imagine. It's so important that young kids imagine things. So important. And that's it for this video. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And you can comment on anything I said in this video, anything you want to discuss, anything that I said that made you think, anything in the painting that you really like and that also made you think. And I hope you enjoyed watching this process of me drawing. I hope you drew along with me and painted with me while you just heard me talk. I hope my voice was soothing and that I didn't talk your ear off and that I said some interesting things. I know some of the topics I talked about are niche. A lot of my interests are pretty niche, so like most of the things I like are not. Is it even recording? A lot of the things I like are not common things that a lot of people like. So my interests are very niche. So I guess it does like affect a lot of things, like my friendships. I'm gonna see if this is even recording. Okay, good. It was recording. I checked. But yeah, my niche interest affects a lot of my friendships because, a lot of times you have friendships with people who have common interests with you, but since my interests are so niche, like I never meet people who like the same things that I like. Which is sad, but I mean, it's just life. It's just life. I mean, I like what I like. I don't want to change what I like for other people, so um I don't want to change what I like for other people. It's one thing if I like something bad, but if I just like something that's based off opinion, like there's no reason for me to change that. Be yourself. Be authentic. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Sorry, excuse me. Be authentic. Be original. Be who you are. Be who you are. Oof, I'm so sleepy. It's 2:50 a.m. in the morning. Time for bed. It is time for bed. I don't even know how long I talked for. At least 2 hours, maybe more than 2 hours. But yeah, that's it for this video. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, follow me on Instagram, and check out more of my videos because I have some pretty cool and interesting videos out there. Thank you guys so much. See you.